disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
Wait!
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it, man.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
He just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. Yeah, because you got nothing. You got nothing.
I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
Welcome everybody to another BD Boxing podcast, broadcasting to you live from the True North. This is your good friend Mr. BDA, and I sure am glad that everybody could be on board for this one, fellas. In this episode, we've got another one for you. It's fight week, and so we do our customary and exemplary BDA Boxing live film analysis, where we tell you how each of the participants in this weekend's main event can walk away with a victory. I know some people, I mean, listen, when we did the preview show and the call-in show, I think only one person picked Charlo, and that was Uncle Charles. And I don't know if he was doing it as a goof or whatever, so it doesn't look good for Charlo, but this is boxing. Both men are 33, and so, and by the way, the size discrepancy isn't as much as people make it out to be, so there is a path to victory for Charlo, and as always, we give you the different viewpoints on how each man can walk away with a victory. Before we get to that, let's get the business out of the way. You guys know the drill. If you want to donate a couple of shekels our way, you're certainly welcome to do so with the super chat feature. Although it's always better if you join the membership program. That way you get more bang for your buck. Emojis, badges, the whole shebang. But the most important thing is that you continue to like, subscribe, and to spread that BDA gospel. All right, fellas? Don't forget you can check us out on iTunes, Spotify, and Spreaker at your leisure. All right? Now, speaking of the initiated, let's give a big shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm talking about Amok is in there, Windy City, Super Sardonic, Flex, Luther, Lucky Zim, SSC in the house. Shout out to SSC, Vince Vegas, Night Murph, Knockout Ned, Fluffy Toasters 89, Slapping Flappers 8X, Jump Tube, Sean Anthony in the house as well. Shout out to Sean Anthony. Shout out to the Quags in there as well. Shout out to Gonzalo in the chat as well. Who else we got? We've got Chirac in the house. What a name. J. Colt, JJ, who says Canelo was looking mean at today's face-off. Damn. Many more people to come, I'm sure. We got Skull Kid 25, Earl Stevens in the house as well. Shout out to them. All right. We're cooking with hot grease here. We're turning the stove on as we near the fight. I see we got Gonzalo here. Gonzalo, can you see the screen that I'm sharing here?
Let me see. Good evening. It's morning for me here. Let me see.
Good evening.
Yes, I do.
Perfect. By the way, before we start with the video and the film analysis, what did you make? Did you catch the final press conference? And if so, what did you make of it? Anything catch your eye?
I woke up about 20 minutes ago. I skimmed through it. I didn't go through the whole pieces like, okay, Reynoso, fast forward, Charlo, a few words, and so forth. Then the final face-off, which wasn't really a face-off.
Gonzalo, some people are already saying that Charlo looks shook. He was shaking during the face-off. Sergio Mora posted a tweet saying Charlo had his hands behind his back. He's the one that looked away first. He was clenching his jaw. So I don't know if he meant that that was nervousness or if that means that Charlo's coming to fight. But Canelo did show a little bit more of an edge today in the final press conference, saying what I mentioned earlier in one of the last episodes, that his motivation is to prove not only the people wrong, but Charlo as well. He claims that Charlos have never respected his skills and that he's showing up on Saturday to prove them wrong. Does he need that type of narrative and storyline to get up for that fight?
Well, he's been clinging to those words, and I guess he means it. Somebody said something a few years ago that he remembers. I don't know if he necessarily knows the difference between the other Charlo and this one because they're twins. They look very similar. So if somebody said something, he's clinging to that. If that's what he needs, well, he's pretty used to and accustomed to like being in the big stage. So I don't think this will make any difference. Where that extra motivation he might need it, but will it hurt him? I don't think so. If he needs it, well, okay, I could see that.
Yeah, because I mean, I remember Bernard Hopkins. I've mentioned this before on the show. He would always, by the time he was in his 40s, he needed to do things because he was always the guy that was against the system. That's how he portrayed himself. And so when he was a favorite going into a fight, he had to create something out of nothing. Like against Winky Wright, for example, I think he was the favorite. And in the final press or in the final face-off after the weigh-in, he put his whole hand over Winky Wright's face and shoved him backward. And Marvin Hagler was doing commentating for the weigh-in, and he said, "I knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to do that." So some people could see it coming, but I don't know. Canelo being the favorite at this point, maybe that's why he feels he has to do something like that. We got Recognize jumping in as well. Recognize, can you see the screen I'm sharing? Because we're going to be taking a look at video here today.
Yep, I can see it.
Fantastic, fantastic. Now, Recognize, we haven't heard from you in a couple of episodes, man, but we've got the Charlo Canelo fight. We took down predictions.
Sorry about that.
You don't need to apologize, man. Come on. But we were taking down predictions, or I was taking down predictions. We've been taking down predictions for the past 2 episodes, and only one person out of about 20-something is speaking Charlo. How much of a chance do you give Charlo, and how do you see Charlo pulling this upset off if he can?
I don't give him much of a chance. That doesn't mean that the fight's not going to be competitive. I think the fight will be. It might be competitive for the whole fight, but I think there's going to be a point of that fight, and I think it happens later on, where Canelo takes over. I'm not saying Canelo's definitely going to knock him out, but I wouldn't be surprised if he stops him late. I'm pretty comfortable in saying Canelo beats him in a 12-round decision, probably unanimous, a late round stoppage, maybe. I think Charlo's pretty brave, so he there's a good chance he's going to survive as well, and win some rounds. Look, Canelo is not the same fighter he was 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. He's not. But I think he's still, he's so experienced in this situation that's the part that makes him still a very effective boxer. So he knows. I think he's starting to understand what he can't do, or not that he can't do it. He doesn't like doing it to win a fight, but he has other things he can do to win fights. And like when you saw his last fight against what was it, Ryder? Mm-hmm. I think he was just like freestyling it, because he's that much better than Ryder. Where I think if he would have really went into the Canelo mode of Triple G, guys like that, Danny Jacobs, I think he would have stopped Ryder. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't need to. And he was getting hit and shit like that.
Yeah, like
but
you said,
so
he was.
Canelo, I got Canelo pretty comfortable winning the fight.
Oh, well, that's the thing that we haven't even taken down predictions yet. But I think today is going to be the day we finally, after we look at all this video that we got here compiled, we're going to be taking down predictions. And, Jimmy said that too, that because we were doing the comparison about who's got better stamina, much more experience, blah, blah, blah. And Jimmy brought up the good point that this is about what? The 10th big fight, 10th big event for Canelo, if that, maybe a little bit more, maybe a bit less. He's been through this numerous times. Charlo has been in significant fights, but nowhere near anything like the type of event that this is going to be. So that could also play a factor. Now, I think Charlo's the type of guy that he feeds off the energy. He's fought angry before and he always comes out on top, so he doesn't let his emotions impact him negatively. So maybe this will actually give him a boost, knowing that he is the underdog. But we shall see. We shall see.
Canelo's been a big draw ever since he fought Floyd Mayweather. So that was like 10 years ago. Not that he was the main star, but you can see that he was becoming the main star, right? The main character of boxing and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's got a ton of experience. I mean, yeah, it's probably like 10 fights in a row where he's he's the biggest event, but it really started before that. So he's got a lot of experience compared to Charlo, who's, let's be honest, this is probably the biggest spotlight Charlo's ever been in, the only one. And so, that's something else that I take into consideration.
And that's the interesting thing, the comparison between how Plant handled the Canelo build-up and how Charlo is handling. Charlo's very relaxed for his, or more relaxed, calmer than we usually see him, whereas Plant seemed to be trying to goad Canelo. He's trying to get under his skin, really try to soak everything in, going at the crowd even. So this is a different approach from Charlo. He doesn't seem to need that, but we'll see at the way. We've seen fights before where everything's calming, everyone's calm and collected, everyone's cool during the press conference, and then the fight or the weigh-in arrives, and all of a sudden we see the edge come out. That's what happened too with Daniel Jacobs against Canelo. They started having a bit of a shoving match on the weigh-in. So we shall see. We shall see. All right, now. We are going to be looking at video here, a little bit of a film analysis just to give keys to victory and maybe illustrate some points about the fight. So stay tuned for that, fellas. Take a look at your screen. We are going to be showing that video. Hold on, I'm opening up something else here. We're going to be continuing to take predictions too. I don't know if we're going to open up the phone lines. Maybe we will, just to get a couple of phone calls every 20 minutes or so. Get your predictions. I'm looking at the list here. Most people are just going Canelo by stoppage. Hold on a second. Yeah, and nobody, by the way, where the dogometer is going to waste here. Come on now. We need people to call in and tell us who's got more dog. That's the most important thing. Forget the prediction. Forget who's got more power and experience and skills. No. It's about the dog. As you can see here, Swanky Tuna, Canelo decision. Dennis from Boston, Canelo 10th ends in the stool. Average boxing fan, Canelo late round stoppage. I think he means late fight stoppage. Kiki said Canelo stops Charlo, and on and on it goes. On and on it goes. Anyway, let's get to this film analysis here. And don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like. Really helps us out. Subscribe if you've yet to do so already. All right. Now, I want to illustrate something here that Gonzalo and I have been talking a lot about, and that is Canelo's sledgehammer approach. That's the approach that he took against Ryder the last time. Now, what we mean by sledgehammer approach is where he just walks guys down, very little head movement, just blocking shots with his guard, and he pins guys against the ropes and just throws one hook, sometimes two hooks. But as you're going to see here, it's a little bit more complicated than that, or there's a little bit more nuance to it. It's not just hook. He attacks from all angles with those single shots. So you see him there starting with a lead left hook to the body, another one there, another one there. And then he starts mixing it up. Now it's a right hook upstairs, another left hook downstairs, then a jab, two jabs, then another sledgehammer upstairs, and then a straight right. So you see where I'm going, right? So now John Ryder doesn't know where the punches are coming from. We're going to rewind that. And so guys, really pay attention to the clips, and you let me know if you want to rewatch any one of these clips or slow it down. So you see he's coming in with right hands, right? Now, see that this shot right here. So you see he started throwing upstairs, two jabs. Ryder's just trying to block it, but he's not even pinning the right hand to his chin. And he takes a big one. Now you can see his nose is already bleeding He's bleeding like a stuck pig. To his credit, he tries to come back with a little left hand there, not much. Gonzalo, maybe you could talk a little bit too while we're watching these clips of all the power that he puts, because you've been the proponent of this type of style.
Yeah, they're shoulder-driven punches. He puts everything behind the shoulder, the back, and sometimes it could even give the appearance that it's a slow punch because he's dragging the arm. But I think that's more a little bit of not an illusion, but it's a little
Illusion. deceiving.
It's a little deceiving. He just
Yeah, I think deceiving is a better word. It's deceiving, but because it gets there faster than it looks.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you guys, I've never really seen anybody pull this style of before, or not in this same identical fashion. It's a weird approach. It's hook, then a couple of right hands, straight rights like right there, then a couple of jabs. But it worked for him. It worked against Callum Smith. It worked against John Ryder. It worked somewhat against. I think he tried almost the same thing against Billy Joe Saunders, although with a little bit more countering to the body. And in this one, he almost stopped John Ryder. But it's just, it was still one punch at a time, and it seemed like John Ryder could anticipate that and sort of take it a little bit. Now, before we continue, shout out to Jaden Anthony for his contribution to the Super Chat. He says, Canelo getting the KO from 8 to 11. Charlo is probably going to get dropped a few times in the round that he gets stopped in. I'm a psychic. I feel it. All right, Miss Cleo over here. Hold on, let me write it down. Shout out to Jaden Anthony for his contribution with the Super Chat. He says, Canelo 8-11. So he's giving us a spectrum there. At least he didn't say 9-11, like Don Mardasso said. We're only a couple of weeks removed from 9/11, the anniversary, and this guy comes out and says, I'm going to pick, Charlo's going to collapse between 9/11. I mean, that's what he said. He said, and then
Come on, man. I think you ad-libbing. You might
no. And then he said and then he said Canelo's going to take out the twin Charlos, like the twin towers. I got, come on, man. I mean, we don't go for that type of humor here. Yeah. Oh, shit. All right. Here we go. What's going on? Okay. Let's keep watching these clips. So as you can see, he's mixing it up. Now, here, I like this combination.
What's 9 plus 30?
What, is that a trick question?
9 plus 30. 39.
9 plus 30. 39. What's 39 divided by 3?
No, wait a minute. Stop it, man. Let's get into the fucking numerology of it. Look at this clip here. Canelo, again, it's not just walking down a guy with a guard up. He's walking him down. He anticipates the jab. He counters midway through the jab from John Ryder. Left hook, and then immediately follows it up with a left hook to the body. Straight right, left to the body. And look at fucking... At that point, Ryder is looking like the Doom guy. Remember the video game Doom? When you see the head at the bottom, at the center bottom, and the more damage you take, the face starts bleeding more and more. That's what he looks like now at this point. His energy bar is at 30%. I don't know how he made it out of this fight. And then, of course, you can see...
Canelo beat the living shit out of him in this fight, bro.
It's quite deceiving. Because although the opponent clearly probably already knows that Canelo's closing the distance and that he's coming for him to get out of the way, stands for sure. Whether you can block it with the glove sometimes or parry, yeah, that could certainly be the case, but he's not going in there to like, let me see if I land. He's going to go in there to try to land for sure.
Yeah. The only thing that I don't know, again, from what I remember, Ryder's never really been stopped, right? He got dropped in this fight. He got beat up. But Canelo's never been like a really devastating puncher. What he is a good puncher, and he commits to a lot of his shots. So that could wear you out, especially as the fight goes along. Wears him out a little bit, but when the later rounds come, that can accumulate because you're tired and the guy just like fucking relentless. I was going to say that I was a little shocked the way he beat up Ryder and wasn't able to get the stoppage. But then again, Ryder, from what I remember, I think he has one stoppage, but it was kind of bullshit. So, he really in reality, he's really never been stopped.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Callum Smith couldn't really put a dent on him. Jacobs was a good puncher, couldn't put a dent on him, although he did respect Jacobs' power. Meanwhile, Canelo this is the culmination of what he started doing, because now at that point, it was hook upstairs, hook downstairs with both hands, and then finally he took it, boom, down the middle right there, and ended up dropping him. And then on top of that, look at this clip here. We were talking about the uppercuts. Oof. Now he's leading with an uppercut. He didn't do it a lot in this fight. I think he respected John Ryder's counterpunch him, because as you see there, as soon as he got hit, he came back with something. So, that's the problem with Canelo. Even when he fights in that sledgehammer style, it's not just right hook, right hook, right hook. He's really putting it all together and throwing from all angles. We got to read a couple of super chats here real quick. Shout out to Greg Terrible for his contribution with the super chat. He says, I saw the All Access and Charlo doesn't look hungry. Huh. Interesting. I saw him giving his game plan away. Although he didn't need to say it. We knew
Maybe it's
what it was.
Situation.
Maybe, man. Maybe.
We'll find out.
Shout out to Average Boxing Fan for his contribution to Super Chat. Says, Nelo beat the fuck out of Ryder, but is declining. Yeah,
Yes.
both things can be true. Yeah. You're right. By the way, Joe in the chat.
Both things could be true, because he was getting hit a lot in that fight. But then again, that's because Canelo probably didn't fear anything. But again, it goes to show you that you could beat the shit out of somebody and don't get hit a lot at the same time. And Canelo used to be able to do that against certain opponents.
Right. By the way, Joe is complaining in the chat that he says there's a Canelo obsession in this channel. I don't understand. So if I told him I wanted to put money on Charlo, he tells me I'm crazy. So then we give credit to Canelo. So then we give credit to Canelo, and then he gets angry. So it just proves my point and the point that other people have made. He's just a party pooper. He's a negative Nancy. He just wants to complain. Hey, Joe, go watch a couple of more videos for Bigfoot, because we are doing a Halloween episode on that. So why don't you get on that, man? Enough complaining.
Joe's from Boston. He's from Boston. Boston's been winning. They've been winning championships in all sports, and they still complain.
There you go.
A typical Boston fan.
Yeah,
I love you, Joe, but you're a typical Boston.
The more they win, the more he gets angry. I don't get it. The angrier he gets. Take a break, Joe.
Everybody knows, man. I do not. Everybody that follows this channel, have listened to me before, I am not a fan of Canelo.
There you go.
Okay, but now he's a very good fighter, though. You can't take that away from him. He's a Hall of Famer, and he's gonna go down as a all-time great. That's a fact.
Don't say that, though, because now he's going to chastise. Don't say that, though, because then he's going to go, how come you don't respect Canelo? It's like, oh, come on. Why aren't you a fan of his? All right, listen, we got to get back to this film analysis here.
I don't like that whole shit. I'm not a fan of those people. I'm not.
Well,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Now, here's the thing, stamina issues. And this is where, Gonzalo, this is where we've talked about this. Despite his one punch at a time approach, he still gets tired. Now, if you watch these clips here, this is the 8th round, and you see his punches are sort of lagging a little bit there. They don't have as much steam. Then he just spent a little time there covering up. Now here he hurt John Ryder. But then again, he's trying to finish him. Why not put a combo there at that point? Is it because he doesn't care to, or is it because he doesn't have the energy? I mean, look at him.
It's just he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna throw more punches. He's not gonna He's not gonna do what people expect him to probably do, to throw more. Let's say if you gifted him extra stamina, for example, like a little genie in a bottle. Here, Canelo, more stamina during the fight, a la Panama Lewis, right? Where you drink that green Gatorade shit. He's not going to apply that to throwing more combos. He's going to apply that to throwing more power to every punch. So, like you said the other day that I said, he's going to put every molecule of his fibers to throw everything with power. So he's not going to be, okay, here's more stamina, let me throw 5 punches. No, he's going to be like, okay, here's more stamina, let me throw these 2 punches, but instead of throwing them at 10, I'm going to throw them at 11. Right? With every...
Yep.
So the greater stamina he has,
I
the
don't
bigger
think
he's
he
gonna
has
try to
bad
hit that home run.
stamina. I don't think it's bad stamina. What? Okay, he as he gone up in weight, he changed his ideology in terms of offense. So it's more in that one punch. So the fact that he's still doing it in the later rounds with every conviction actually tells me his stamina is right for his fighting style, the new fighting style that he has. Is he huffing and puffing? I mean, of course he is. Everybody does. You know, look at him. Look at him in the 10th round against Triple G, and he finished the fight. I'm talking about the second fight. And he finished the fight, holding his own in the last 2 rounds. He held his own. So I think he's fighting. His stamina is good enough for him. This is why he probably gets upset when people question his stamina. It's like, because you're not understanding what he's trying to do. He's putting more. He's choosing to punch less because there's more conviction in those punches, and actually his stamina is going according to his game plan, if that makes sense.
Exactly. That's what I was meaning as well. Recognize that's true. And the thing I also would add to that he's pretty much probably got it figured out. What's the amount of punches? Okay, according to the weight division, the fighting style that he's
Right.
picked up now. The more you throw, the more you're gonna open up your offense. The more you're gonna open yourself to get countered. And the less he puts on the punch and the more combinations, like let's say that he would throw, the less the respect the opponent would have for you. That okay, they're basically gonna say, I can deal with this. Now he's throwing 5 punches, but they're not really powerful, and he's opening himself up where I can counter him. And I don't think Canelo wants to go that route. He would rather throw 2, maybe sometimes 3, and have you to where you do cover up, and then that bites him time to catch his win and throw the next volley of 2 or 3 punches, right? Because those shots are more impactful. I got to cover up because here he comes. Instead of throwing 5 where the opponent doesn't respect you, he's not really going to be covering up with that much intent, right?
And that's a good point you brought up too, like understanding the weight class he's in and how many punches the opponents are used to seeing because of the weight, and then he's throwing it with every, conviction. That's another thing to take into consideration. Of course, he's gonna get tired, man. Like, he is getting older, and I do think he's slowing down a bit. But I think the stamina thing sometimes is a little overblown. They think, like, he's just gonna wear out compared to like Charlo, because Charlo's just so much endurance than he does, and I'm like, I don't see that at all.
Well, listen, I still,
he's got a.
I don't have the clips here, Gonzalo, but
Yeah,
when he went at Bivol and in the championship rounds, I've never seen a fighter look so weak in there like Canelo. When it came to punching, he was dropped. He was going head to head against Bivol, and he had his right hand dropped on the inside. He couldn't even lift it up. He was so tired. So that showed me that this fucking sledgehammer approach, once a guy was able to take those sledgehammers, Canelo just didn't have anything in reserve. I mean, that's a dangerous position to be in.
And I think with Bivol, because people don't consider him a puncher, but he is bigger.
Yes.
So when Bivol's throwing all that weight around, he's throwing all that weight around in and out, in and out. I think what happened to him, he had to utilize a lot of his energy to block. And blocking takes energy out of you too. So now he's tightening up his body. Then he's trying to release his punch. So it's kind of like turning those muscle fibers on and off. That really wears you out. And that's one of those things with Canelo, with the Bivol.
Yeah, right? That's a good point.
A lot of people say Bivol don't have power, but he has sharp punches. He's keeping these dudes honest. He keeps good punches guessing. So to Gonzalo's point, he spent a lot of time blocking big shots. He got hit with them, of course. That's why he lost the fight. But he was, he's like, damn, I don't have time for offense. I got to be blocking these shots, and he's getting hit in the wrist. He's getting hit everywhere. It makes sense. Guys bigger than you, later rounds, your fucking arms feel dead tired. It makes perfect sense.
Shout out to Medardo Garcia for his contribution with the super chat. He says, "What's going to be the size of the ring they're going to fight in? Canelo doesn't have fresh legs. It might give Charlo an advantage. It might. I mean, I don't know the size of the ring. I'm gonna look into that, Medardo, as we go along with the show. But it's a good point, and Charlo already let out of the bag. He said he's gonna be making Canelo go to him because Canelo doesn't like to open up against fighters, and that's something that, like I said before." The game on Canelo is out there. I mean, he's fought the best, and so now we know what his strengths and weaknesses are, and we know, and Charlo knows as well, that it's better to make Canelo fire off first. That's what Charlo's. Well, we're going to look into it with the film analysis here, but I really don't expect Charlo to all of a sudden start slugging it out with Canelo unless push comes to shove. You know what I mean? But I will say this. Canelo, okay, so I showed you the sledgehammer approach, but when he fought Golovkin not that long ago in the rubber match, he went back to the old Canelo. Again, punching from all angles, but he wasn't just sledgehammering it. So as you can see here, he's jabbing, going downstairs. And again, the feint game. See, that's what I was talking about in the film and a previous film analysis that I'd done for this channel. He anticipates where you're going to be. After 24 rounds against Golovkin, he knew. So he feints him. He knows Golovkin's going to try to roll. See, Golovkin's anticipating a right. So Canelo, just with hand movement, is it going to be a jab and then a right hand? No, it's going to be a lead left hook. And again, it's not a big left hook. I mean, Golovkin has, bigger shots failed to face him. But it was just a little something to throw Golovkin off. He doesn't know where shots are coming, and Canelo's letting him know, I can touch you. You better mind your piece and dodge you.
Yeah, it seemed like Canelo used speed.
I was gonna say, I think in the third fight with Triple G, he figured out that okay, if I try to sledgehammer this dude, one punch at a time, that's not gonna get me anywhere because he's gonna take my punch. So the heavier I go and Triple G takes it, the more I'm gonna be exposed to get countered, right, with the heavy shot myself. Triple G is extremely strong.
Yeah, that sledgehammer approach would have gotten him killed, I think, against Golovkin. He just went back to boxing here, jabbing, and also it also helped that Golovkin was 40 at this point. So now that slight timing difference was enough for him to outbox him. I thought it was going to be a better fight, but Golovkin decided to sort of try to do the same thing he'd done in the second fight, which was to box him from the outside. He just didn't have, again, that timing difference was enough for Canelo to actually finally outbox him.
Funny.
Yeah.
This is the fight he clearly beats him, right? I thought he clearly won that fight. Third fight. And he kind of used speed boxing to beat Triple G, where before he was like, the first one he was like backfooting it, and I think he had no choice in that one. Second one, he held his ground, and the fight was a classic, and it was super close. Could have went either way. Mm-hmm. But this fight, obviously Golovkin is older, but he used. Hey, I guess he just understood, like, I'm much faster than him. So I'm going to use different angles to set up punches because he's kind of like stationary. He's right there. He's a little slower than what I faced him the last two times.
Yeah,
he clearly wins the fight.
I don't think either guy wanted to go through what they went to in the second one, because that was
they didn't. Yeah, you could tell. Triple G didn't want to, and neither did Canelo. You could tell.
And a lot is, I think a lot was reliant on Triple G, because actually Triple G older, but the ball was in his court in this sense that if you're Canelo, are you really gonna try to outbeat Triple G every round by like a lot of punches? They say, why didn't he go try to knock him out? Why didn't he outbox him more than what he did? No, if Triple G is kind of slow, he's still a tough man, and he's only throwing 3 punches. Well, let me throw 5 and I win the round because I'm not going to knock him out regardless. Why am I going to try to throw 20 and gas myself out in round number 1? Where if I do gas myself out in round number 1, Triple G's going to come strong and stronger in round number 2. So you got to beat him by a little, and see what he does every round after that, and kind of gauge it like that, because Triple G was still dangerous and he came out strong like in the 9th, 10th, and maybe in the 11th in the third fight still. So you don't want to, like, if you're still winning the rounds by a little and putting the rounds in the bank, you don't want to, like, tire yourself out that much more where you're still winning the round 10-9. So that's what it's kind of like tricky to judge the third fight.
Yeah, and now this little move here from Canelo, just to show how he sets up his shot. So he was jabbing, jabbing, jabbing. Now here, sort of on a swivel, side to side, and then he saw Golovkin wasn't reacting to anything. He wasn't buying the feint, so he said, okay, you won't buy it. Long left hook, and sort of shook Golovkin up there. Then more jabs, more jabs, more jabs. Where am I trying to get at here with this? Oh, yeah, so the jabs is because, again, we were talking about that last night. Who has a better jab, Charlo or Canelo? And I think some of us were saying that it was Charlo, I think. Or some people said that, and it was a bit of a disagreement there. But you can see that he's out jabbing Golovkin here. And again, he knows how to set up his offense based off of the jab. Like here, for example, after having landed a couple of jabs. And notice how he attacks from the angles, from different angles. So in other words, he capitalizes on his head movement. So here he's ducking down. He springs forward from a lower angle. Jab. Golovkin immediately gets on the defensive. He knows something's coming. Oh, hold on a second. That wasn't a clip. Here, okay. He lands another jab off the guard. He sees Golovkin leaning back. He tried to catch him with that left hook to sort of freeze him in place. And Golovkin, to his credit, anticipated the right hook, but he got behind the guard. And so that's what Canelo was looking for here. And that's what he's going to try to do against Charlo. He's going to try to set him up. And then we're going to look at some Charlo clips later on of how he can be set up. But for the moment, Charlo's game. What's Charlo's game here? Well, I've talked about this in another video too. His game is going to be to move. That's what he's done in his last 3 fights against pressure fighters. He moves, he jabs. See that good defense there, rolling with the shots, pivoting, jabbing, keeping the other, this is Bernardo Rosario, keeping him at bay. So he starts hypnotizing you with the movement, the bobbing, the weaving, the sliding, the slipping, the foot movement. This is what he said he's going to do against Canelo. Move, 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 make Canelo go to him.
Yeah,
and then,
I got to make this point. Make this point. Look, this is a 154, right? Against Dominican kid.
Yeah.
And you were just showing me highlights of Triple G and Golovkin at 168. Charlo still looks bigger. He's the bigger guy.
I mean,
yeah, he is the bigger guy. The question would be how does he handle punching power? It's not from a bigger guy. It's a guy who's stronger than the opponents that you are used to fighting. Right? Because you're not fighting a bigger dude. You're clearly the bigger guy. You're taller by at least 3 inches. You got more reach than him. That's the question. Because if you look at the way Charlo fights, it's the recipe to beat Canelo right now, especially.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The only question I have is how does he handle the pressure? How does he handle that? You know, and I don't think it fits well. I could be wrong, but that's the conclusion I'm coming up with in my mind before the fight happens.
Well, you know what?
There are tough fights. Yeah, I think we got a delay, BD.
Sorry. Let me just read a couple of super chats. Let me just read a couple of super chats because otherwise I forget them. Shout out to Jaden Anthony for his contribution with the super chat. He says, 16-month layoff, hand surgery, coming up 2 weight classes, added on to the fact that Canelo is just better than him. Anyone picking Charlo is retarded. Oh, I don't know if we can say that word. But shout out to Jaden Anthony for his contribution. I'm still, I expected more people to put on bets on Charlo, but I think most people agree with Jaden Anthony. This is Charlo's up against it. And shout out to Vladdy V for his contribution with the super chat. He says, a few shekels for your hard work, BDA. Gingerbread Man is slowing down a bit, but he has more than enough to smack Mel around the ring. Put me down for Canelo KO Charlotte in the 10th via body shot. All right, Vladdy, I got you down for that prediction. And shout out to Jaden and Vladdy for their contributions. Go ahead, Gonzalo. Sorry about that, man. You were going to make a point about the size, I believe.
Yeah, I've been thinking, so like there are tough fights. Tough fights means basically that the fight is grueling, and it's just like a hard fight. It takes something out of you because probably the opponent punches hard, and I mean, you're like in heavy exchanges, but there's also difficult fights where an opponent doesn't offer you that much. He shows up, he gets on the back foot and stuff like that. But I think this fight is a combination of the two. It's a tough and it's a difficult fight. So what that'll do, in my opinion, that's going to kill the clock. Because Canelo's not going to be like, okay, when he was fighting the boxers, yes, he had to chase those dudes down, but it was more like, okay, eventually you're going to get to somebody. It's his cat and mouse, back and forth. But against a style like Charlo's, man, he could play the two parts. Like, it could be a difficult and it could be a tough fight. So, I mean, that's going to kill the clock. And Canelo's not just going to jump in there and throw punches, like, without trying to figure shit out first.
Well, okay, let me ask you this then, based on the points you made, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. So I showed you the clips here of hold on a second. I showed you the clips of Charlo moving with his feet, which is what he's going to try to do against Canelo, because like Recognize also said, the book is out on Canelo. This is the high-hanging fruit. You got to make Canelo work for it. You can't just stand in front of him or go at him, because he's a fantastic counter-puncher himself. The other thing is, Charlo likes to slip and slide. This is another thing that I've mentioned before in other videos. He likes to bob and weave with the shots, and that's his go-to move right there. He will see he doesn't block left hooks. He rides with them, like right there. We're gonna see more clips here, like right there. So he's and look at how he puts his hands up. Well schooled. He rolls with the shots. He can do the shoulder roll too when he has to. Can he? That's my point here, Gonzalo. Can he do this against Canelo? Make him miss enough, frustrate Canelo, where Canelo has to be throwing multiple shots and nothing's landing, and meanwhile Charlo is making him work and expand energy.
Sure. In some instances, yeah. Will he run into some punches like he did there against Harrison? Kind of like the punch that knocked out Billy Joe Saunders? Yeah, that could certainly be the case. Will be a key factor. I think how he takes the punches initially. If he can settle down and understand, okay, I put on some weight, I can deal with Canelo's power. Let me get comfortable in here. And yeah, maybe. I'm not saying that Canelo, the first shot that he throws, that he's going to have fucking Charlo on Bambi legs. It's just how he deals with Canelo's power.
Now, let me say this. When he does this, what I call the slip and slide, he's planting himself and he's making guys get comfortable. Like right there, okay, yeah, I'm making you miss. And then before they know it, he'll plant himself and he will load up on the left hook. And that's usually how he takes down his opposition, or how he took him down at 154. It was really, without that power, he would not have been outworking his opponents. So we gotta take that into consideration. Now here, this is one of the clips I'd mentioned before. Harrison discovered, okay, I know what you're doing. You wanna see here, he wants to block the right, dip down, and then as the left hook is coming, he's going to ride with it. So this time Harrison said, okay, I know you think a left hook is coming. I'm going to anticipate where you're putting your head, which is down, and I'm going to catch you with a flush left uppercut. And that's how he got him a bunch of times right there. So that's what I was trying to illustrate too before with Canelo, is Canelo anticipate. He's very good at reading his opposition. Now, this is, again, same move that he was making against Harrison. He made Harrison miss in the instances that I'm showing you here more often than not, but you'll still see him getting caught. Like, for example, here, we're going to talk about that later on, but he cannot find himself in this position against Canelo because Harrison was whacking him to the body with some flush shots. Just Harrison is not a big puncher. We know Canelo is. So, danger on the ropes.
Yeah, he's going to get caught by uppercut if he does that. He tends to square up too, from what I'm noticing. If he's in that position, Canelo's going to do the same thing, drive him back against the ropes like Harrison is doing, and even more so because of Canelo's strength and the way he pins you back to land the shots. Castano was doing some of that too.
Yeah,
Whether that's because Charlo allows these dudes to do that, and maybe he's trying to get those dudes to punch themselves out. I certainly wouldn't go that route against Canelo. I wouldn't want to get my back against the ropes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're going to talk about that later on too. And as you can see, Charlo does a good job of, like right there, it seemed as if the punch landed, but he's actually half blocking it. It's just that his hair is yellow, and so it moves around a lot. It looks like he got hit, but he didn't really, oh, well, that one there, he did. But my point is this, why I'm bringing up these clips, because he can ride with the shots. He can bob and weave. What happens if he does something similar to what Teofimo Lopez was able to do to Josh Taylor, where Josh Taylor was just trying to load up with one shot, that same fucking left uppercut to the body, and Lopez saw it coming all the time, and he was making Taylor miss. He was making him get frustrated, and he ended up outworking him. That's what I'm saying here. Can Charlo do something similar against Canelo?
Yeah, that's the advantage of the quote-unquote smaller guy coming up. That's the advantage. He's going to be quicker. So it could even give the appearance that he's outboxing Canelo. Well, he would be outboxing him, but that Canelo's like overrated. But it's not necessarily the case, just that he's a little bit slower, so he could be left out, second to the punch, and then Charlo's winning the exchanges. That could certainly be the case. It could play out like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm giving Charlo a chance, because what happens if Canelo just thinks, hey, I'm just going to show up and sledgehammer him the way I did John Ryder, and instead it takes more nuance and a much more complex technique or approach to outbox and outwork and demolish Charlo. The problem is with this approach is that you can't just stand still and make the guy miss with everything. Like right there, one punch got through. Here, banana. Whenever he dips down, like right there, a guy, especially a sneaky guy like Canelo, could use that right hand. See that right hand? Banana didn't do it because that's not his style, but he could. Canelo knows how to control guys with the hand, so he could leave that hand there over Charlo's head, just hold him in place there a little bit, and throw a left hook to the body. Banana didn't do it, but you can see some shots are getting through here. Still, Charlo very good. See there, he's incorporating head. Yeah.
The reason I don't think he's gonna miss a whole hell of a lot is because when Canelo closes the space between you and him to throw his punches, he's not like, okay, I'm gonna throw from mid-range to where maybe I can land and maybe I'll miss. And what if you take a little step back? Then okay, let's say you're Canelo, but then you do miss. No, Canelo's like really closing the distance to where he's pushing you back. And he's more like on your chest, that by the time he releases your punch, even if you take a little step back, he's still within range to land this shot, because he's driving you back to where he's obviously within distance to land his punch. He's not leaving it up to like no chance. Right? So Canelo's pretty certain that when he gets up on you and pushes you back, that he's going to have plenty of the ability to catch you with the shots. So he's not like sitting on the edge of your wheelhouse where I'm going to try. No, he's right up on you. He drives you back against the ropes.
Yeah, that's the thing though. And it's interesting because as you can see here against Castaño in the rematch, he was, like I said, see, he moves. He moves a lot, so it doesn't make it easy for the opponent. And then especially in the second Castaño fight, he mixed in hooks when Castaño least expected, like right there. See, caught him with two flush hooks. Here, he's moving. Now, see that? That's what's going to be, and I'm going to try to illustrate what I mean by that later. I got some clips, but see, he weaves under those shots from Castaño, and then after the weave, he comes up from the weave with a hard left hook. Look at how he shook Castaño up. And that's, if he has added muscle mass properly, he's going to have an extra pop in those hooks.
Yeah. No, that's why I do consider Castaño similar to Canelo in that respect, that he's short, he's a pressure fighter, but it's different type of pressure. The pressure from Castaño comes in volume, and the pressure from Canelo comes at one or two shots at a time. Mm-hmm. But that's basically the resolve that Charlo has to show. How am I going to deal with this type of pressure as opposed to Charlo's pressure? Which is still similar, but obviously different in the fact that it comes one by volume and one by power. So he's got to show some resolve in that respect.
But you know what's interesting, Gonzalo? The dudes that were interviewing Charlo and Canelo after today's press conference made the point that Charlo is not really that much active, more active than Canelo in the ring in terms of punch volume. Apparently, Charlo's volume is actually...
He's really not. He's really not. Yeah, you're right.
I was surprised at that. I mean,
he's a counter puncher, so basically he doesn't like to open himself up and make foolish mistakes and risk a lot. So he's only going to risk as much as he needs, right? The more you open up, the more you're susceptible to getting countered. Now, I'm saying that just because he doesn't risk, that he still doesn't make mistakes. Obviously, he still makes mistakes. You could do something very well, and you could, like some people say, somebody was calling in yesterday saying that Canelo slaps. Well, he definitely throws real good hooks. Sometimes he might slap. Same thing with Charlo. He might be very good at something, but that doesn't mean that he's always 100% going to be on the money at that good thing that he does. He's still going to make mistakes.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that's
And
it.
the one thing I do like about what I saw from Canelo in the Triple G third fight, which was kind of like a sparring fight, but he still did some things that were pretty good that caught my eye, that can offset the counterpuncher. And against Ryder was that jab that he does, that little double, throwaway jab. Counterpunchers hate that shit. Like, you guys box, don't you hate that shit when a guy does that? Like,
Yeah,
you
'cause
try
you
to
don't know when
counterpunch his ass, you're like, oh man, motherfucker just threw a wrench in the program.
Because you don't know when the punch is coming. We got Never Sober's jumping
Exactly.
in.
That's what, so I think he's been mindful of these things. These are the things that, when you physically can't do shit like you used to anymore, you start becoming smarter. You start saying, why don't I try these little methods? So I think if he does that against Charlo, if he has moments where he could do that to Charlo, that's gonna probably fuck up Charlo's game plan.
Well,
it's gonna get him to use his feet more, not doing really much, and Canelo can set him up with big shots as he's closing the distance.
We are gonna take some.
I don't know. I'm just thinking of, like, I'm thinking ahead of time, right? I'm obviously thinking ahead, but I can see that happening.
We're going to be taking a look at clips of. Well, I'm going to show you some clips later of precisely that. Harrison, how he won the first fight. I don't know what people were watching it when they think Charlo clearly won it. I thought Harrison clearly won that one. He had jabbed him. Here's the thing, though. By the way, we got Never Sobers. Shout out to Never Sobers, man. We're just looking at some film here, some video rather, film.
What's up, y'all? What up, BDA? Who else is Butch on here? I sing Gonzalo and Recognize.
Yeah, that's all.
What up,
for
Never
today,
Sobers?
Man.
Yeah,
what up, y'all?
Salute, Never Sobers.
Some BDA family, right? I was doing a stream right now, and I seen you guys were on. I'm like, what the fuck? That's why. That's why I only have 3 people watching instead of 8. I was like, what the fuck, man? The guy took all my viewers.
Come on. Don't say that, man. There's no competition or anything, man. It's just.
No, I'm just fucking around, bro.
All right, good. But yeah, so here's Charlo's again. The second point of Charlo's game, which was moving, right? So this was against Banana. Now he's starting to see that slip and countering off the slips, countering as he's off the ropes. And so far, that one punch at a time approach, look, oof, he missed right there. There he slipped and went to the body. There he, I think he. Well, first of all, let's rewind here. Because now what he does, like I said, is he hypnotizes you with the movement, whether it's with the feet or with the head. And when you least expect it, he'll spring to it back with something hard. Like, well, that's the left hook to the body. Here, in this sequence.
Kind of like a cobra, almost. He looks like he goes side to side, then he tries to spring.
Exactly. I can even imagine like a fucking flute playing. And he's playing the flute and it springs like a cobra. He's moving here side to side, right? He's moving. Bananas following him. Hold on, I'm waiting for that fucking. Okay. So he jabs. Finally got a jab in. He anticipates he sees that the other jab coming through, so he covers up. That jab missed over the head. And right away, boom, comes in with a long right. And you can tell Rosario didn't see that one coming. That's why he was so jittery when he got hit with it. So that's what, so Canelo's going to have to be mindful of that too. Charlo's quick on the counter-punching trigger right there as well.
For sure. That was a powerful right hand. He's very accurate. Like I said, not always, but when he does land, he will land accurately at times.
I mean, look at this sequence here, man. Parries the jab and counters right off the
Banana should have been Banana should have been a soccer player.
Why?
Because he's good at faking shit,
Oh, are you talking about that last?
You think his jelly belly is fake or what?
I think he's a coward. That's all.
I think someone else knocked him out with a body shot after Charlo. I think someone else got him with a body shot too.
look, from what I can see, you never know what's in a man's head, but like when he gets hit with a big shot, he just like he's one of those type of guys. Shit.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
what the fuck, bro? You act like he hit you with a bomb. Like, what's wrong with you?
he slipped on a banana peel. That's why they call him.
Oh, come on.
He's Dominican, right? He's Dominican, right, bro?
Yeah, he's a Dominican cat too, bro. He's
That's
like,
why recognize
bro,
hates
they
him.
say that shit about Dominican dudes. They kind of got like they're kind of chinny. That guy.
I guess
Garcia.
like, they lately they've been having some boxes come out, so I'll give them that. But they're not known for
They
boxing.
got Edwin Dos Santos. He's about to fight Shakur, right? I mean, my bad. I mean Kerr. We got Dos Santos about to fight Kerr next, right?
Is Jermaine Ortiz Dominican? I think he's Puerto Rican. I don't know. Whatever he is.
I think he's mixed. I think he's half and half, bro.
Yeah, half and half.
He's
okay,
half
that's
Indian. Cool. He's half Indian, half Dominican. Yeah, that's the real Curry right there. Shakur. That's Kerr.
Shakur.
Would you guys stop?
That's my Boricua. That's my Boricua brother right there.
Yeah, I hate that. People, it went from Shakur and now it's Kerr. Like, what the fuck? Are you on a first name basis with this guy? You're chummy. By the way, shout out to Average Boxing Fan for his contribution super chat. He says, "How will Jermel?" See again, the shortening the names. How will Mel deal with all the feints Nello throws? See, that's the other point. Shout out to Average Boxing Fan. That's something he hasn't seen.
Shakur's half Puerto Rican, right? BDA. He's half Puerto Rican.
Yes.
Shakura.
Shakur. But yeah, that's the other. But that's the other thing. How will Jermel react to the feint? I've said it before. Charlo's last 3 fights, one per year, by the way, and on 1 year apart, were against sluggers, come forward guys in Rosario and Castaño. He hasn't seen the type of craft that Canelo's going to bring in a while. And then on top of that, Canelo's fought 7 times in the past 3 years. So that's an advantage right there for Canelo. Yeah, okay, so you guys get the point here. Charlo, he likes to spring off of the movement, the side-to-side movement, the bobbing, the weaving. But there is a guy can't anticipate where he's going to be. Now, here's my thing, though. So you saw how Charlo moves, right? He stays in place, he bobs and weaves. There's some times here, like against Killer Plant here. See how Canelo's sort of getting a little unhinged, a little frustrated? And he's just with a Charlo, like I showed you, to spring to get out with some hooks. Here's against Daniel Jacobs. Boom. See that? He got caught with a big left foot. Let's watch it in slow motion. So he's squaring up, trying to desperately to get at Jacobs, and boom, ate a big hook. And here against Caleb Plant, again, that was almost like that left hook that he used to knock Durrell out with Plant. But it's just Canelo was able to take it. So Canelo has to be mindful too that this guy is going to be loading up too. He's confident in his power. He wants to try to knock Canelo out, believe it or not.
Yeah, he loads up and releases with power too, Charlo.
I was watching some of Canelo's training, on the 24 Access, whatever, that show. And Canelo's doing like, the way he's training, he seems like he's going to come with the same game plan that he had in the last couple fights. Trying to explode. Like, that's all his training seems to be. They're like explosions,
Right. Well,
I don't really think Canelo's...
like medicine balls against the wall, as hard as he can, stuff like that.
But never so. Let me ask you something. Do you think he should change his game plan for this fight? Because I don't think he should.
No, I think if I would say for this guy, I would try to fight him the same way he fought. I would say the same game plan he had for Danny Jacobs, and he should have an easier time with him than Danny Jacobs. Because I think Jacobs is better than Jamal at 168, and he came in heavy, so he was like legit, probably like around 180, 185 when he fought Canelo. So I think if he can box like that, he'll be able to catch Charlo fairly easily.
But I don't know if you guys are watching the clips.
Charlo, bro, he's gonna look slower.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. No, what I was gonna say though, if he fights the way Charlo, the way he fought Jacobs, he's still gonna have to be careful, because look at how much spring Charlo has. This in the Castaño fight, he was really fighting like a cheetah, like a mountain lion, like very quick reaction time. As soon
Yeah.
as he gets cornered, he springs back with something. This is where he stopped, and there, boom, with that left hook. So this is where Charlo perfected his style in the Castaño rematch. Is okay, I'm gonna bob and weave, but I'm gonna spring back with some meaner hooks. Because in the first fight, he was doing too much waiting. He was bobbing, weaving, and then one hook or one right hook or one left hook. This time he said, "Fuck it." Combinations with the hooks, with more shots down the middle, improved his timing, and he wore Castaño down the way he should have in the first fight.
But BDA, I think this could come with the experience of already fighting somebody one time. He did the same thing to Tony Harrison, and he couldn't figure him out the first time. So, so one theory I'm bringing into these fights, I think Canelo's going to fight both Charlos, and they're going to use this. They're going to use whoever fights him first, Jermel, to make the blueprint for the next one to actually beat him, right? Because they're similar fighters, and except Jermal's probably going to be a little bit bigger, a little bit more talented, maybe a little bit stronger, maybe a little bit slower, and I think he has better feet. And they're basically the same guy, so they're going to use the blueprint that they learned from the first fight into the next fight and try to really beat Canelo the second time. Because, like I was trying to say about Jermel, he needed 2 tries to beat Harrison. He needed 2 tries to beat Castaño. They had a good game plan in the rematch, but in the first fight, they kind of get figured out and they're kind of lost.
Well, that's the thing, though, that he didn't figure Harrison out in the second fight. In fact, the second fight, he had Harrison in front of him, and he was getting outworked. So in the first fight, Harrison outboxed him, and then in the rematch, he was actually outworking Charlo. But again, Charlo's power bailed him out. That wasn't Charlo figuring him out. So there's work to be done or exploited rather.
I stand corrected, BDA.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying is that Charlo. See, that's why a lot of people are picking Canelo despite the whole weight thing. Because Canelo's just a better fighter. He figures out guys, whereas Harris.
What you gonna do, BDA? What you gonna do about it, BDA?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do about it?
Yeah. I mean, we only got Dora. We only got Dora now. We lost a bunch of panelists, and we only got Dora calling in now. Dora.
Recognize
What you gonna do?
Is gone, bro. The show fell off. Recognize is gone, BDA.
Oh no! All right, now
I'm gonna start losing money. Am I gonna start losing money on my contract, BDA?
Nah. Listen, recognize the new contract is ironclad. Ironclad. I'm telling you, you can't lose.
Okay. I know you got Shapiro with you. Shapiro's.
Yeah. He's not gonna try to shiest you. But here's the thing, though: he who laughs last laughs best. And that's what I liked about Charlo in the Castaño rematch. Whenever he would take a shot, whenever he would take a shot, he would come right back with something to prevent Castaño from stealing the play the way he did in the first fight. Check this clip out. He blocks the right hand, comes in with a left hook, and then comes back with a 1-2 and a 1. So see where I'm going with here? What I'm saying? Hold on a second. Let me slow it down here. Oh yeah, and by the way, hit the like. Really helps us out. So Castaño comes in with an overhand right, Charlo blocks it, and then counters immediately with a left hook, puts his hands up to block the incoming fire, catches a shot, that was shitty right there, but then he comes right back. See how Castaño wasn't expecting that? He jumped up into the ropes and then sprung from the ropes with a 1-2. That's what he has to do against Canelo. When Canelo throws his single sledgehammer shot, try to come back with something. Give yourself a chance to take the play away from him. Same thing here. Springing back with something. See, he's not letting Castaño take the play away. And this is what I'm talking about here with Canelo's once punch that time approach. Hold on a second. See, he throws one shot and he stays there. He brings his hands up, but he's liable and he can run into a counter uppercut too. See that? He's giving Ryder chances to come back.
I've seen Canelo training on the bag, and he was even trying to show Andy Ruiz. This is the thing: when he drops the heavy punch, the sledgehammer, he doesn't draw the arm back real quick because he tries to put a stamp, an imprint. When he punches, he leaves it in there, like he tries to sink the punch into your body. So it's not like punch and pull the arm back quickly. He drives it in, and then he'll pull it back rather slower than quicker. And that's the thing. That's a good thing, but it can also be a bad thing because you're leaving yourself on the inside with your arm kind of dangling down.
See, that's the thing, though, especially if Canelo goes into this fight thinking, oh, he's coming up for 2 weight classes. I'm not going to mind my defense. I mean, that would be stupid of him. And I think he knows better than that, or he should. And he'll probably, he'll probably be working the defense or adjusting his defense depending on what he feels early on from Charlo. But that's where we get into the problem for Charlo. Canelo's defense is very good. Now, as you can see here, Banana Rosario, he's not the best defensive fighter in the world, but he's tucking the chin in. He's bringing in a tight guard, blocking those shots against Charlo. See how he's trying to walk him down. And now here's the problem with Charlo. Sometimes he gets a little bit more unhinged than Canelo does. Banana comes in with a jab. Charlo tries to counter, but Banana leans back. Very good reflexes. Tries to get in with a right hand, but Charlo slips it. Good for him. But then he comes in unhinged. Look at that. Right hand down. Just a completely missing. A little bit off balance there. Big no-no against Canelo. Big bozo no-no right there. Can't be getting taken out of place because of Canelo's defense. See here again, Banana Rosario walking him down. And then I'm going to show you how Canelo walks guys down. But here's Harrison too, like I said, walking Charlo down, putting him in the ropes, hitting him with hard shots. These are going to be coming harder from Canelo.
Yeah, I can also see that happening, BDA, like when you showed that clip just right now with Rosario. If Canelo's coming after you, he's going to be like, wait a minute. I'm going to try to impose a little respect on my part. Like, don't just come in here and try to close the distance like that. So Charlo could get a little desperate and be like, hey, hold your horses, Canelo. Let me back you off a little bit. And that could make him become a little wild.
Exactly. Now, guys, you tell me if you want to slow something down or if you want to rewatch a clip. But in this one, it's a problem for Charlo because sometimes he has to take breaks. And here he got caught. See that? They started Banana Rosario, to his credit, early on. He did go for it. I mean, not early on. This is 6th round. Catches him with a good left hook. Charlo was way too squared up here. Look at how squared up he is against the ropes. Now, finally, he reestablishes himself. He sees Rosario keep coming forward. Rosario still wants more heat. He goes, let's fucking trade, motherfucker. And Charlo says, you know what? Let me just try to take him down for a clinch. I think Canelo can
grab his ass, BDA. Did you see that?
He's trying to shove the glove up his ass. Yeah, I mean,
he was trying to check his oil, bro.
Nah, I got
Yeah, I do see, BDA. I see what you're saying, and I don't know if this is what you mean too. I do see. I think Never Sober's mentioned it too before. Charlo, he has to reset a lot of the times with the feet. He's not necessarily fleet-footed like all the time. Mm-hmm. Like he's moving. Then you gotta plan his feet to punch.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's how he generates power. That's how he takes guys out. He's not, against Harrison in the second fight, he was getting outworked. He got outboxed in the first fight. He got outworked against Castaño in the first fight. Finally, in the rematch, he said, fuck it, I'm going to have to throw combos against this guy. And, but again, that's, Canelo makes guys have to catch up to him. And I've seen lesser fighters do that to Charlo. And, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so we've seen these clips here, right? And, this is the one where Castaño put him out the ropes in the first fight and stunned him. There, right there. No, sorry, right there. See that? Caught him with 2 left hooks. But this is why I like watching Charlo, because he will trade with you. And he got caught the first time, and he said, fuck it, I want to keep trading with you. And that's when he got caught with the second one. And the fact that he's getting shook by a guy like Castaño, who's not that big a puncher, has to be a little worrisome.
Yeah. Listen, man, you got to give Charlo. He's got that dog in him. He definitely got that dog in him. But yeah, but that's the sequence that I look at, and I'd be like, man, Castaño was able to do that to you, and like you said, Castaño's not a really big puncher. He's not. I'm not saying that he came close to knocking out Charlo, but he came close to knocking him down. And who knows how that fight turned out.
Well, the ropes held him up. Here, you're gonna watch it here. We're watching.
Yeah, he was shot on his ass.
See right there.
And obviously he's not in the ropes because he really wants to be there, because that gives you limited space to generate leverage. So he's there because Castano's putting him there.
Exactly. And here's the thing. People are saying, yeah, but Castano has more volume than Canelo. Yeah, but Harrison wasn't being as eclectic as Castano was, and he still managed to put Charlo on the rope. So I'm just going to let these clips play here, and then I want to contrast to how Canelo... See, okay, so this is against Callum Smith. Look at the difference in his approach. He can...
The size difference over here is like comical, bro.
Yeah, this was ridiculous. But you can tell that
I
Canelo
don't even get this. This shit looks just insane. Is he like 10 inches taller than fucking Canelo? Like that's
he's 10 inches. Yeah, he's 10 feet taller than the guy. But
the whole fucking foot taller than.
But you see the difference between how Canelo puts pressure compared to Castano. He's more like Tony Harrison. In fact, this is the epitome, the apex of defense. See how he, like for example, this sequence here. He's putting it all together.
Like James Toney almost, but coming forward. You know how like James Toney would just stand his ground in the middle of the ring.
Yeah,
Canelo does it going forward. You know,
James Toney was like the laziest fighter, bro. He'd follow like the lead. He tried to fight with like the least effort.
I agree.
Yeah, but
Canelo reminds me of
I like his style. I like the style.
Just a front foot, like a pressure fighter, a pressure version of James Toney.
By the way, just real quick, real quick.
You're gonna make James Toney call in. He's gonna cuss you out for saying that.
By the way,
I would love
Jesse
that.
Jeff in the chat says, you show Canelo at his best, but Charlo getting hit. Rewind the tape, please. You see, people come into this channel and they already expect the worst. Oh, these guys are biased against Charlo. Rewind the fucking tape before you start making comments, man. Jeez Louise. These people are sometimes, and these people, and when I say these people, before there's any misequivocation, you know what I'm talking about here, man. Stop being...
These people.
He keeps repeating the same. He repeats it 3 times.
What do you think?
I think he's got to be trolling.
He literally showed some of Charlo's best clips.
I mean, I got to tell you,
he was landing some really, really good punches.
Yeah, some of these people are. I don't know what they're on about. Now, but that's the thing, though. So I showed you the clips of how Castano and Harrison were walking Charlo down, and you can see that Canelo has better defense than that. And he incorporates all aspects of defense while he's coming forward. He's moving the head, parrying, blocking. So Charlo's going to have to work for it. Would you guys agree that the best approach for Charlo is maybe get Canelo to open up, be a little bit overly defensive so that Canelo opens up and you can counter him?
Well, that's going to be the strategy is going to be a cerebral fight. Yeah, that it's going to be a seesaw in that regard. Who opens up first? Who makes the first mistake? Who's going to lead and who's going to counter and who's going to recounter the guy that led in the beginning? So,
see, I think Triple G had the best approach to fight Canelo, and that was his game plan was to fuck Canelo up. That was the game plan. So you could catch Canelo with a big shot, but it's just one punch at a time. Are you going to do it every time you do that? You know, are you going to put everything into it? I don't know. I don't know if Charlo could do that. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to hurt Canelo with one punch, bro. We saw it. Triple G was trying to knock this dude out. He was trying to always set him up on knockout.
That's the thing. Somebody said that we're not showing Canelo's clips from recent clips. Well, this is against Golovkin last year, and as you can see, he didn't take that sledgehammer approach. Here, he was back to the old Canelo, incorporating head movement, blocking shots, parrying shots. But now here's what. Yeah, so here's what another thing that Canelo has to do: get Charlo to lower his hands. So you're walking him down. You gotta change the levels, and so Charlo's gonna have to see how he jabs down. Big no-no right there. You keep your hands in the same place because then boom, overhand right. And this is how Castano was able to outwork him in the first fight, despite what the judges said. So this is something that Canelo can incorporate here while he's walking Charlo down. Now here's for
Yeah, I think he's
Charlo.
gonna go back also to shooting back to the shoulders to take some of Charlo's speed away by tiring out the arms. Because this is not a like as big a guy as Bivol. He's more closer to Canelo size, weight wise. So beating down the shoulders will debilitate his arms, where he's probably gonna throw with less power, and that'll open up Charlo even more.
Now here's the thing that Charlo has to do: keep Canelo at the end of the punches. Now again, it's hard to hit Canelo, as you can see, even when he's coming at you. But at least you keep him on the defensive, and he's not throwing shots if you're keeping him, especially at the end, because you know what Canelo's game is. He wants to make you miss, and then he'll make you pay. But if you're too far away, like here, for example, nothing's landing from Smith, but at least he's outworking Canelo, and he's keeping him at the end of the shots. And Charlo is the taller, longer fighter, so maybe this is what he can do to try to frustrate something. Because one punch at a time against Canelo ain't gonna cut it unless you're a sharpshooter. Here, Bivol, the apex, the epitome of that style.
Oh yeah,
I would say,
especially if you mix it. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If you mix a feint in there, yeah, there's like a little delay. If you mix a feint in there where you don't commit with one punch, then after you see a slight reaction from Canelo, then you do commit. Then I would also say, like, if Canelo got the high guard, we obviously know he have a tough chin, but he's slightly rocking on his waist, right? He's remaining a little pliable, where you can shoot that straight jab, like the one he caught Banana Rosario with to the solar plexus. So from the outside, when you mentioned keeping him at the edge of your punch, that would be a good punch to use, because that also changes levels. Shoot to the pit of the stomach and shoot to the head and shoot a feint in between to try to get a reaction off Canelo. Then when he does open up a little bit, then throw a hard shot.
Yeah, but that's a big question, Gonzalo.
Yeah, you see, if he could borrow his legs, he could borrow his footwork of Bivol, he could probably have that success. You know, changing levels on the jab, going to the stomach, the middle of the chest, upstairs. I don't think Charlo could do that.
Yeah, and the reason, because when he remains pliable at the torso, that means the torso's relaxed. Therefore, he's not tightening that core up all the time. Basically, he's breathing. So that's a little bit of a vulnerable area, in my opinion.
But that's the thing, though. It's when, like I said, he has to borrow Bivol's legs, but not just the legs. Look at how he throws the combinations. You ever see those Russians, the way they shadow box? It looks like they're slapping with the shots. It looks comical, but that's how it allows him to throw these smooth combinations. Let me show you what I mean. So we're seeing clips here of Bivol throwing the shots. Okay, now let me show you what I'm talking about. How they have a different approach when it comes to the shadow boxing. Let's see if we can find a clip of Bivol shadow boxing here. Hey, come on, man. By the way, don't forget to hit the like. This is the official film analysis show. We're almost done here with the clips. Unless you guys, you let me know if you want to rewind something, and then we'll get to the official predictions. Let's see this clip here.
Hey, BDA, I don't know if Never Sober's on. I didn't mean to cut him off. I swear to God, there's
Cut him off. Hey, no, Gonzalo. Cut him off, man. Yeah. Cut him off. It's doggy dog here. Fuck.
Maybe because I'm in the Philippines.
But you see how Bivol is shadowboxing? It's almost like he's moving the entire shoulder in. It almost seems like he's telegraphing it. But once he throws it at full speed in a fight, the fucking combos just flow. Yeah. See what I'm talking about? When he throws at hooks, for example.
Yeah, and it's like it's kind of like flicking some guy told me a long time ago, and it made sense to me, like a spaghetti noodle. Where when it reaches to the end, if you flick it, it's gonna extend, and it's gonna tighten up like especially if you tie a little knot to the end. Boom.
Guys, I'm gonna take.
I wanted to say, I'm not sure if I heard it said here before, but I might have been. But the thing about Canelo's head movement is he really likes it and he falls in love with it. And if you can get him to react where he starts dancing around, he will sit there and try to dodge 6 or 7 punches. And if you throw him fast enough, you'll catch him with you'll catch him clean with 1 or 2. He does have good defense, but he does like to play with a little bit too much, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing, huh? That's it could cost him a little bit there.
I mean, if his reaction time is going down and he's confident that he's going to dodge 5 out of 6 punches, he can end up eating 3.
Hey, guys, I'll be right back.
About him, true.
I'll be right back.
Okay,
I gotta go to the. Hold on, I gotta go to the latrine. You guys take over, right? I'll be right back. And talk a little bit about what we talked about: technique, strategy, specifically what can Charlo do based on what we saw here. Can any of what we saw work against Canelo, and what's the likelihood? You guys take over.
Well,
I would say, like I was talking about. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm saying I had to come back because I was being threatened. But go ahead.
Oh. I was gonna say, so on top of what I was saying about Canelo liking his head movement a little bit too much, if Charlo's people can notice that, Charlo likes to do his little feint game where he tries to lure you in with the left and right. If he throws some shoe shine punches that are just throwaway punches designed to distract Canelo, he can really crack him at the end of a combination if he times it correctly. Because I do think Canelo can be baited into that.
Well, look at Bivol, right? Bivol and
he did that to him, yeah.
Bivol and Charlo are pretty much the same size, right? Same height. I'm pretty sure they got similar reach, all that. And you saw the success Bivol had with him, but Bivol was able to do a lot of that stuff because of his footwork, especially his front foot, his lead foot. So he was able to get in and out, punch Canelo, keep him confused, change levels with the jab. And if Charlo could do that, maybe in spots, maybe not exactly like him, but like mix that in the majority of the rounds, I can see him outpointing Canelo. I can see that. But does he have the stamina and the will to do that? That's the question. Because when you're not used to doing that, and you do that in a fight, you might get lost in the later rounds. You might get tired because you're not used to fighting in that way. Outside of that, I just see Canelo beating him the majority of the rounds.
All right, now with that being said, let's take official predictions down. I think it's about time. And then if you guys want, we'll go back to the film, the videos here. I gotta stop calling it film, by the way. This ain't fucking film. We're dealing with video here, digital videos. It's 21st century. I hate too when fucking Martin Scorsese, when he says, for my next picture, this ain't the 1950s anymore, asshole. Let's move on here. But yeah, let's take down the panelist predictions. We took down you guys' predictions. Now it's time to get here. Who wants to start with the official prediction here? Come on now. Don't be scared.
Okay, I'll go. Yeah. So I've been going back and forth with this one. But I mean, like I said, there's tough fights which are grueling, and there's difficult fights where the dude moves and kind of shows up, doesn't give you a lot, doesn't offer a lot of a fight, and it kind of counters. So this is mixing between a difficult and a tough fight. And that's going to really kill the clock because it's going to slow down the pace of the fight where it's going to be strategical. And when it gets to that point where it's strategy, and let's say Canelo's like beating up Charlo, then Charlo's going to start using his legs because he's also training to do that behind the jab. So he can switch it back and forth from giving you a tough fight to giving you a difficult fight as well, right? Billy Joe Saunders, Caleb Plant, those were difficult fights. Mayweather, that was a difficult fight, but a tough fight was like Triple G. So this is kind of like in between a tough and a difficult fight. And like I said, once again, that's going to kill the clock. But I do think that Canelo drops Charlo, but he ends up winning a decision. Something's telling me split, but I'm just going to go with unanimous. Unanimous decision with one knockdown for Canelo Alvarez.
That's what I was gonna get at, because I remember you were talking about the power. So I was just wondering if at some point you see him dropping Charlo. So there you go. So the Gonz's prediction is Canelo unanimous decision with some sort of knockdown added there. All right, so that's Gonzalo's prediction right there. I think Never Sobers. You want to go next?
Yeah, I'll go next. So I'm not sure what's gonna. I'm caught between two outcomes. I could see Canelo if Jamal. If Jermell can take a punch, Canelo's gonna have a harder time with him. I think it's gonna take him 5 or 6 rounds. Kind of figure out what he's doing in there, and then he'll really put the pounding on him. And I think he'll finish him in the 9th or 10th round. I'm gonna say 9th.
Oh.
And if Jermell can't take a punch, he's gonna get caught. Kind of like I could see him going down like Eubanks in the 4th round, like out of nowhere, and just the fight being over real quick because he's just not supposed to be in there with the puncher like that. So I'm gonna say 9th round, bro, stoppage. I'm gonna give Jermell the credit I think he deserves. He's gonna last in there, but I think he's gonna be squashed by a better fighter.
Squashed.
Yeah.
He's saying, all right. Recognize, yes. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback off of Gonzalo a little bit and say that I think he does survive for the reasons that Gonzalo pointed out. When he does get in danger, I think he will. He will use his feet. He'll be on the back foot, and he'll use his jab while he's backing up. That'll buy enough time for him to to kill the clock and not get stopped. I'm tempted to go with Canelo's stoppage later rounds, but something tells me he'll survive and it'll go all 12. I think he gets dropped, and I think it's like a unanimous decision type of win, where Canelo wins about at least 7 rounds, maybe 8, and a knockdown.
All right, that's recognized as official prediction right there. We got the Quacks dropping by as well.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing fantastic. Hope you're doing fantastic as well.
I think he takes him out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I think he takes him out around 8, and I think he knocks him out bad.
Whoa. Whoa. All right. So I see that's
8th round spine whip.
Yeah, I think he's going to set him up. I think there's a couple tactical flaws that you're showing in the film. I don't think he can afford to stay on the ropes like that with Canelo. And there's other things too. You were talking about his left hook, how he kind of spams that when he gets in trouble. I think Canelo knows that. I think Canelo might try to take that away from him. He might try to draw that out with the feints. He gets him to throw the hook, then he comes underneath with the right hook to the body. He does that enough times, he won't throw that anymore.
Interesting. Okay, so now here's my thing, fellas. Most of you are saying that Charlo at least gets dropped or hurt. Help me understand this, because in my mind, after everything I'm looking at, I still see him as being crafty enough and conditioned enough to go 12 rounds. In other words, Canelo couldn't take Jacobs out. He never hurt him. I mean, he got his attention and outboxed him. You could tell throughout that whole fight, Jacobs didn't know how to figure him out. And even when he did try to go for it late, he ended up getting countered more. So I see Charlo similar to Jacobs. He's a big, strong guy. He's going to be adding muscle. He's going to be adding punch resistance along with it. I know he hasn't really fought that many punchers, whereas Jacobs at least had the best preparation, fighting all sorts of styles, including Gennady Golovkin. He went 12 rounds with Gennady Golovkin, so that was good preparation to fight a strong guy like Canelo. Charlo hasn't had that. But I still see him being too crafty and too well-conditioned to get stopped. What do you guys think? Am I wrong here? Or those of you that are going with Canelo by stoppage, try to convince me here. How do you see him stopping him?
Well,
okay, this is what I'll say.
Wait.
Go ahead, bro.
I'll add that and you go ahead. But didn't Jacob miss weight for the Canelo fight?
Well, he dispensed. Yeah, he dispensed with the rehydration clause.
Yeah, well, so you can't. That's not the best compared. Well, I don't know. I think Jacob's a better tactical fighter.
Go ahead.
I would say to compare them, but give the distinction that Jacobs is bigger than Charlo. A little bit bigger, a little bit heavier, He'll be more accustomed to the weight. So, Jacobs, and I think he retained his speed at 168 like he had at 160. And it's yet to be seen how fast Charlo's going to be at 168, because I don't think he was particularly fast at 154. That weight's it's gonna take something away.
Yeah,
and remember the Jacobs that fought Canelo already had fought probably a bigger puncher than Canelo in Triple G.
Exactly.
So he did the same. He did more or less the same thing against Canelo. He except that there was no rehydration clause with the Gennady Golovkin fight. Or he just didn't, whatever it was. He just didn't.
There was. I think he came in heavy against Golovkin on purpose too.
No, he didn't do. Remember, he didn't do the second weigh-in.
IBF.
Yeah.
And so
he dispensed with both. He has a history of doing that. That should be a asterisk.
A bigger puncher than Canelo, especially at that time of their career, and he was able to go. He managed to like hold on to get to the 12th round. So Charlo doesn't have that. Charlo never fought a big puncher quite like Triple G or Canelo. So we're gonna find out. That's what I love about boxing, right?
I'm gonna stick to my gut feeling here. I'm gonna go Canelo decision. I don't think he's going to stop Charlo. I think he's going to be able to. I think Charlo's going to be able to take the shots. I think he's going to be able to move. But I don't see him outboxing Canelo. I mean, I see the possibility, like I said, sort of like a Teofimo Lopez, Josh Taylor scenario where Canelo just, like a dum-dum, decides, hey, I'm just going to sledgehammer him. And the approach doesn't work. And instead of switching it up, he just. But I think, based on what he said in the press conferences, he said, I know people think I'm on the decline. I'm going to prove you wrong. So I think he's going to go back to what he did against Golovkin in the rubber match, and that is box from the outside, more head movement, less sledgehammer shots, and I think he ends up getting a decision. But I wouldn't be surprised if people, because I got to say it again. When he fought Ryder, I thought Ryder was going to be durable, which he was. So I was proven right in one regard, but I was wrong in the other regard, which the first 6 rounds, he was beating him up. He was demolishing him. I didn't expect it to look that easy early on for Canelo, so I was wrong, partly right, partly wrong, and I can see myself being partly wrong here, giving Charlo maybe a little bit too much credit, and maybe he just gets demolished.
Well, maybe. I think you're right a little bit. I think Charlo will look good while he has his energy. The first 3-4 rounds, he might be bouncing around a bit, but it depends how Canelo tries to handle that. If he decides to go to the body and slow him down, then I think the night will be over. I'm thinking if he tries to do that, it'll be done around the 8th round. That's why I said that initially. Mm-hmm. But may I add something real quick? What you're talking about earlier with the John Ryder fight, this is my opinion, just what I was looking at. I think why he was throwing so many left hooks to the body, he was trying to position him for the right hand. You could kind of see Ryder was trying to walk out, and Canelo would just slam him right to the body. And it was kind of like what he did in the Lara fight a little bit when he couldn't hit Lara to the head. And he's like, all right, fuck it. I'm just going to go downstairs. At least I can keep him still for a little bit to get the other side off. Maybe I can position him closer to the other side to land it. And I think it was kind of just more of it's just more of an angle. And he was throwing that. Instead of using the jab to cut the ring off, he was just like, well, I'm just going to run. And that's actually better, in my opinion, to do with the southpaw, because the looping shot like that, they don't see it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at when we were showing these clips, that he leads with left hooks to the body, then he starts mixing it up with jabs, then he starts mixing it up with right hooks upstairs, and then before he knows it, Ryder's getting cut with a right down the pipe, straight down the pipe. So that's what I was trying to get at, that even when he has this sledgehammer approach, he's still mixing it up. The other guy doesn't know where the punch is coming from, which is, like, Gonzalo made that excellent point after this fight where people were saying, oh, Canelo looked bad because it was just one punch at a time. But Gonzalo said, yeah, but when people do it backing up, that's the sweet science. Ooh, that's, the state of the art. But when a guy does it coming forward, all of a sudden it's rudimentary, it's primitive, it's basic. And I disagree. I'm right there with Gonzalo.
Going forward. And technically, by the criteria, it's better going forward because it's defense that is built into the offense. So if you can protect yourself and hurt the guy, that's the best form of fighting. By definition, rather.
No, you're absolutely right there. You're absolutely right. And that's why I was glad Gonzalo brought that up, because I was sort of on that train too a little bit post fight. I was thinking, I don't like that sledgehammer approach, but then the way Gonzalo framed it was, you know what? There's a large degree of truth to that. By the way, the Research and Development Lab department of the BDA boxing community is always working. That's how we develop Gaia 500. That's how we develop Mammon 1000, the other supercomputer that's still working on a couple of things. And remember, guys, we have the ability to smash atoms and particles and sort of peer into the future via different parallel dimensions. And so what we've been able to scrunch up here, and it's a high definition image for or higher definition that we usually get. Bucho was able to get a picture of how Charles going to look at the weigh-in, the new physique. Look at that. He's going to show up buff, ripped, and tight. Amazing. The things we can do now with technology.
Good luck.
What do you mean good luck?
That's what he's on. He's on whatever Derek James is giving Anthony Joshua, huh?
Yeah, man. But
yeah, it's cool how he's behind the emblem of the BDA. No,
I mean I think he's a BDA fan. That's why I think he's a fan of ours. What do you? I mean, I'm a fan.
He's sponsored.
Well, BDA, just tell them the truth. BDA, tell them the truth, bro. They just superimposed, Jamal's head over your body. So just let them know, bro.
I wanted to be a little humble. I wanted to be humble like always, but yeah, you got me, man. That's actually my physique. Well, I've told people before I'm half black. I'm half Afro-Anglo. I've told people before. Nobody believes me. What's that?
From the waist down?
All right, this is what's going on here. What else was we gonna get to here? Oh, we got a super chat. Real quick, I think it's from Undercover Asian. Chris K, yeah, shout out to Chris K, aka Undercover Asian, for his contribution to the super chat. He says, I rewatched the Ryder fight. Canelo got hit a lot. Didn't worry about power or Ryder's inside game good. If Charlo uses the reach, maybe 9-3 Canelo, Triple G4 next. Oh, come on. no, Triple G is pretty much retired, I think. We don't want to see that. But shout out to Undercover Asian.
I think yeah, sorry. Strategy, it matters, and I think the trainers, along with Canelo, they know and they prepare for each individual fighter accordingly. With Ryder, yes, he's a tough guy. He's a tough, super fucking strong, probably even stronger than Canelo. But he doesn't punch like a Triple G. So obviously he knew this guy's kind of like around my size. Let me get up on his chest, give him less space to punch where he's going to get a little smothered, and let me drop my shots where maybe I'll take two but land my heavier shot. With Triple G, it's a different tactic, a different approach with Jacobs and so forth. Every individual fight is a different strategy. So we can always say for certain that just because he took a lot of punches against Ryder, it's because he's shot. No, because he was willing to do that. Now it's going to be different here, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Ryder's a southpaw too, and it's just awkward. I think he probably thought, it's like, well, what am I going to do with this guy? I'm not going to trade jabs with a fucking southpaw. That's idiotic. And I think that's why he went to the left hook, to the body a lot. He's like, I'm going to, especially after the Lara fight, he's like, I'm going to keep this guy in fucking place, and let's just see if I can land a good shot on him. One thing I would like to see him change, though, I don't think he needs one good shot. I'd like to see him just to go back to doing like one or two, like two shots. Why not two shots? Why not finish with the left hook? After he throws that right hand or the left uppercut. That's one of his better shots. Like, he didn't throw a lot of uppercuts in that fight, and I thought he could have landed a couple of them, but everything's hindsight.
I mean, the fact that he was backing up a gorilla like John Ryder. I mean, again, you watch John Ryder versus Jacobs, you watch him against Callum Smith, you watch him against Zach Parker. I mean, this guy's a bulldog. And yet Canelo showed up and said, no, sorry, Bob, I'm backing you up. I'm going to wrap you up. What do you think about that? And it was working. And Ryder landed a couple of shots, as he should. He's a strong guy. He's a capable guy. And Canelo was coming forward and he was standing right there in front of him. So he should have landed some shots. And yet Canelo appeared unfazed by it also. We'll see what happens. This is good preparation, whether he fights Crawford or he fights Benavidez. Because again, he's fighting a guy that's going to be punching downward at him, which would be Benavidez. And even Crawford, I think he's taller than Canelo. So whatever happens here, this is a good fight for him to stay sharp. Again, he's had 7 fights in the last 3 years. So we're going to see what happens with that. Real quick, shout out to Double L for his contribution with the super chat. And he says, I hope BDA is on his heart medication. I think he's referring to the physique that we displayed earlier, my muscle-bound physique. My musculature is beyond reproach. I got to say that. And it's all natural, by the way. Puro naturalito, like Margarito said. I don't fuck around with any type of steroids or anything like that. Wish I could, by the way.
BDA.
Yes, sir.
You were giving your take, but did you give your official prediction?
Yes, Canelo decision.
Annotated?
Canelo decision. I wrote it down. See, Canelo Gonzalez was trying to keep me. Gonzalez trying to make sure that I don't wiggle out of anything. But yeah, I got it here. Mr. BDA, Canelo decision. Reckon I said Canelo unanimous decision. Charlo gets dropped. Never Sober said Canelo 9th-round stoppage. The Gun said Canelo UD with some sort of knockdown. And the Quack said Canelo round 8 stoppage. So
no KO. KO.
Oh, full on
stoppage.
KO. Whoa, okay.
Yep. I think he's gonna put down.
I do think Jamel's gonna get dropped hard, bro.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling. I can see kind of like Eubanks did against Smith. No one kind of saw that. Like, damn, you weren't expecting him to go down like that.
Now here's my thing. Do you think, because Charlo's the type of guy, he invites his whole family to watch him fight, like he thinks like it's a cookout or something on the lawn. Do you think if he gets starched the way you expect him
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
Do you think his family's gonna be crying, or what do you expect if that occurs?
Oh, they're gonna be crying, bro.
They'll barbecue him. Is that what you just said?
What I'm gonna say is, you're gonna see his brother Jamal have that same empty look on that 1,000-yard stare that he had after Caleb Plant slapped the shit out of him. His brother's gonna have that same face. Seeing his brother lying down in the mat.
They definitely lost a lot of their height, man. They had a little bit of a credit in a lot of regards, but I think they lost it initially when he pulled up on Danny Jacobs, and Danny Jacobs was like, "Oh, there you are." He's like, and he kind of froze in his tracks. You're just like, "Whoa, okay." So you're just in front of the camera right now. I get it.
Wait. Which Charlo? That was Jermel or Jamal?
This was Jamal.
That was Jamal, but I'm saying they're both. I'm just. I hate. Yeah, you're right. I probably shouldn't have done that, but it's like they're both like kind of similar. They're both like really loud, kind of. You have to give Jamal credit though. He has a better. He has a better record at least. At least he fights these fucking guys. So.
I gotta give a shout out. First of all, hit the like, really helps us out. I gotta give a shout out to Raider Reaper as well for his contribution with the super chat. He says, versus Bivol, I had the feeling Canelo could lose, not against Charlo. All right, so he doesn't have that same sentiment coming in here. He's pretty confident.
They're not the same fighters. They might be the same dimensions, but what you were talking about earlier, I think before I hopped on, the Vol actually is kind of a little bit like Pacquiao, where he can generate power when his feet are moving. And Charlo can't do that. And that's a little bit a difference, and I think in that Soviet style. That's why they move around like that so much. They get used to like popping. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. I was done.
Yeah, that's why they call Pacquiao a dynamo. A dynamo. It's that energy that what do you call it?
Kinetic.
The pendulum. When the pendulum starts swinging, it creates its own energy. So it's back and forth, and you got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The style that people uses, it's textbook Soviet. There's videos you can look up on YouTube. If you look up Soviet style boxing,
this old guy.
This old guy. He's an old man. What he's doing, bro? It's exactly how Bevel does his footwork and how he throws his punches. So he's like
Right.
textbop.
In
And
the
you know, I don't
frame,
think Charlo's supposed to do that.
and the other shit too. It's kind of funny, like when you see like the Ukrainian style where they frame off when they get too close and they angle out. You're like, oh man, that's where they get it from. Like this is old for them. They've been doing this shit a long time. Yep.
I want to give a big shout out to a couple of things.
1-2-1, man. That's it. You get a lot of extension on the 1-2-1, and even when you're stepping back. Yeah, go ahead, BD.
Real quick, just real quick. Shout out to Chris K, Undercover Asian, for his contribution with the super chat. He says, if Triple G's Southpaw fourth fight destroys Canelo, G is not retired. If Triple G Southpaw fourth fight destroy, I think he says if Triple G fights him in Southpaw in the fourth fight, he destroys Canelo. He says Triple G is not retired, just using snack rejuvenation program. Charlo should trade places halfway through the fight. Yeah, the Charlos they're gonna pull the. It's gonna be like the prestige,
I don't think I understood that question. What the hell?
Well, it's not a question. He's making a statement. But by the way, the phone lines are open. The phone lines are open in case anybody wants to give their prediction. We're gonna leave the phone lines open for about 20 minutes. Then we gotta go. But so you guys got 20 minutes. If you haven't given your prediction, call in, give us your prediction. But before that, Gonzalo, you were gonna say something about the 1-2-1.
Yeah, I just see that as thanks, BDA. I just see that as being a real effective punch that fighters should start utilizing more. I mean, obviously, boxing is still people are still picking up what fighters are doing, like the angles and whatnot. If people would incorporate that 1-2-1, man, in the future. And these fighters will become even like a lot better because that's a real effective punch.
It's a hard combo to look at too, because most times you get a 1-2-3. You don't get a 1-2-1. Like when you do mitts, so your brain gets conditioned to see, like, or even when you're throwing it rather. So you're thinking like I'm getting like 1-2-3. A guy's getting a 1-2. You're like, oh shit, I should get a third. No, you're not. You're getting a one right down the pipe. And if the guy's like Pacquiao, you get pushed out with that one, and then you get another two. And you're on the ropes now, and then you get a volley. You can get really fucked up. Gonzalo's right. That's a great combo. That's a good way to jump somebody.
And even when you throw the 1-2-1, you could step back. Now all of a sudden you're way the fuck out there, while the dude's like, you can even like create that separation where you get go on defense, and the dude's way out of range to punch back.
Yep.
I'd say that's effective against like the American ass style, because like a lot of it's, you know, stepping straight back. Someone like Shakur, if someone had long reach, like someone like Navarrete, if he kind of does that, you got to step with your punches coming forward. You can catch someone who likes to go straight back.
Agreed.
So
yeah, well, because you how far back can you go? You're right. Exactly.
Right to the ropes, and then that's when you get caught up, you know, leaning back.
Or you start getting, it's actually kind of, it's kind of funny. Or you start modifying the one. So it's you get a 1-2. And then you do what kind of Zhang did or what Pacquiao did to Thurman, where it's kind of a straight hook, and then like a jab, and then they hook it right at the last moment, and they turn the wrist all the way down to the floor, and you get that like palm down quick snap hook. That's hard to see coming, and you get way more power on that than you would even a power jab. It's a hard punch to throw.
All right, fellas, we got a couple of phone calls here, people calling in, so hopefully they give us your prediction. Again, fellas, call in if you haven't given us your prediction. We're probably going to have a Open Lines Friday episode, so that's probably going to be the last time. No, excuse me, maybe even a countdown show on Saturday. So this is another chance that you have to give us your predictions. Might be the last if we don't do another show, though. So make sure to get him in now. Let's go to the 336. 336, you're on the air. 336, what's on your mind?
I'll make this real quick about the 1-2-1 thing. The panel was talking about. That's right. For the ass grip back foot style, especially if they got wide feet, a fast linear assault like that will connect. Almost at will, and I think that's something that they can use against Shakira, Crip Stevenson. But when it comes to the Canelo fight, why I'm just so confident that he's going to knock out Jermell. Obviously, 18-month layoff, hasn't been, ever hit by anyone like Canelo Alvarez, never been at the weight, all that shit. But does anyone here think Jermell Charlo would survive 12 rounds with a 33-year-old Gennady Golovkin, who I think is pretty comparable to a 33-year-old Canelo Alvarez? Does anyone here think that he would even survive against David Benavidez for 12 rounds? Caleb Plant's naturally bigger than Charlo. He's taken more punishment at the higher level. He's been hit by Canelo Alvarez. I don't see any way that Charlo can just take this punishment. I mean, he was getting chin checked by Castaño and visibly hurt in both fights by that guy. And you think, I don't know, I just don't see it. Canelo was just, previously knocked out guys like Plant, almost stopped Smith. He stopped a weight-drained Kovalev at one point in his career, beat Billy Joe Saunders and knocked him out. I just don't see any way. Canelo's still 85 or 90% of the fighter he was. If he's anything like he was 2 years ago, Charlo's getting fucking beat on, dude. He'll get stopped. If Canelo can't stop Charlo, you heard it here first. If Canelo can't stop Charlo, he'll lose to Benavidez, no doubt. If he can't stop Charlo, he's losing to Benavidez. That's how low I rate Charlo.
By the way, Chris K in the chat says, shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the super chat. He says, forget the 1-2-1. Charles gonna need 9-1-1. Oh, I'm telling you, people they're riffing and raffing over here, man. Ripping and raffing. Listen.
I think PDA just is going against the grain, and same with recognize the BBC because we're all picking Canelo stoppage because it just looks like it's so obvious. So maybe it just doesn't happen, but I would be shocked if Canelo.
Well, I'll say this, man. I'll say this. I was confident. I'll say this. I was confident that Inoue was going to beat Fulton. I was confident. But then I started hesitating. I said, I don't know if he can stop him, though. I think Fulton can survive, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's the same thing here. Maybe I'm overrating Charlo's ability to stay away. Because he was, again, Harrison was fucking putting him up against the ropes. So was Conceição.
Yep.
So, I mean...
This is a better fight.
Yeah, I mean, I had no doubt that... Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
But yeah, I had no doubt that Inoue was going to stop Fulton.
Yeah, so I hesitated for that at the last minute. I said, I'm going to change it from Inoue stoppage to Inoue decision. And I should have stuck with stoppage. And I made the same mistake that week with Crawford Spence. I was going to go Crawford late fight KO. Not not 9th round, but I was going to go 11th or 10th, I believe. And then I said, no, I think Spence is going to be durable and he's going to hold on to it. And he didn't. So, you know what? You guys have convinced me.
One last point, BDA.
Hold on, you guys convinced me. I'm going to change it to Canelo stoppage. Yeah.
And you know why that is? They're all PBC. Think about it. And I brought this up earlier in chat. Spence, biggest fight of his career, ended by knockout. Fulton, biggest fight of his career, he got knocked out. Now he's fighting Canelo Alvarez, who I would not pick Jermell Charlo to last 6 rounds with a 33-year-old Gennady Golovkin. I mean, Canelo's more than a 33-year-old Triple G, so he might go 8 or 9. But there's a mismatch. I'd be shocked. I would genuinely be just shocked if he won all 12 rounds. Unless Canelo carried him and took it easy on him. That's not his style. That's just not... Yeah. He wants to show him his fucking skills, man. He really wants to... He has something to prove. He really wants to beat the fuck out of this dude. He hears what these Crips on Instagram say, and all that shit. He sees what Charlo was saying, and Charlo ain't screaming USA, USA, USA like he does when he was fighting that fucking 5'5" midget Castaño, because he knows what's in front of him. He knows what's gonna fucking happen to him on Saturday night. So it's damage control. That press conference to me was damage control by Charlo, Crip Mel, because he knows he's gonna get battered. And I put my money where my mouth is. If I'm wrong, that's fine, but there's a mismatch,
all right.
people.
Well,
I'm going to leave it at that.
Dora, we got to move on, though. Dora, we got to move on to another phone call.
We can't agree, though. Castano and Canelo are, comparable in height, right? So there is going to be probably a big-ass problem for Charlo in this because he didn't handle that too well, at least the first time. He's never fought Canelo before. I think he's going to get really hurt in this.
All right, let's go to the phone call here. Let's go to 857. 857, you're on the air. 857, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on, BDA?
What's up, 857? Who is this?
Hey, this is the first time call. This is Marty McFly.
Marty McFly, what's up, Marty?
Hey, what's going on? First time caller, long time listener. I was hoping to get on before Dora there because he seems to always say what I'm thinking. But, yeah, I totally agree with him. I think this is a complete mismatch. I think we, especially this year with Crawford, Spence, Inoue, and Fulton, we tend to get a little bit too into the weeds here. I even myself, when this fight first got announced, I'm like, okay, what can Charlo do? Right? But when we step back, this is a complete mismatch. I mean, just like Dora was saying before, would you ever see him stepping in and be able to survive 12 rounds with the Triple G? No, I don't see that happening. Do you ever see Canelo getting into any wars with, Castano or Harrison? I don't see that happening either. So, I mean, I think, and I don't know if you guys, I know we talked a little bit about the All Access, but just the way that Charlo is kind of seen, you know what I mean? It almost seems as like he's resigned himself. He's got his kids and his wife with him. I'm not sure if that's something that he's always done. But I don't know about you guys, but if I'm when I'm preparing for something big in my life, if my girlfriend is even near me talking to me, it throws me all off. But he's got his kids there with him, he's being cordial, which is something that we're not used to seeing Charlo do. It almost seems as though he's just resigned himself to just getting the payday here. But
wow,
yeah,
wait, hold on. Marty, hold on. What do you guys think about that? What Marty just said? Does Charlo seem a little bit too civilized?
I agree 1,000% with having your family there while you're competing, bro. Because I know the little amateur competing shit I did. The times when I had people I knew there watching me versus the times I didn't is a world of difference. You think too much about how you look in front of them.
I agree.
You worry about the wrong shit. You need to worry about performing.
100%.
Exactly.
You're better off just going there by your damn self.
Right. And if you see the way Canelo handles his family, it's almost sometimes when they got his wife around and his kids, it's like it seems as though they haven't seen him in months, and they're in awe of him, like his wife is smiling ear to ear, and it's just like, okay, hon, get out now. And it seems like he's there, his mind's in it, and I wouldn't put it past. And one of the other things too, I know we talked about you guys talked about one of the last ones, which is the sparring partner that they had that kind of runs his mouth and saying that Canelo was gassed out and stuff like that. I mean, I've noticed with Canelo's a few of his last fights, that he almost has a theme to some of his fights, like. With Billy Joe Saunders, it was like the heart thing, Billy Joe was, you never seen somebody with heart like me. And Billy Joe ended up shown in front of the whole world that he didn't have any heart because he quit. And then it was Kovalev. Can Canelo move up and fight somebody this big? And he handled that. And then I think what was it with the Caleb Plant thing? It was like his English. How was his English getting? It was right after the Billy Joe fight. He had that interaction with Dudu Andre, and it was like, his English is getting better. And then the Caleb Plant fight, it was, he misunderstood the motherfucker and stuff like that. And then this fight, it's the gas tank. Is he getting too old? Is his gas tank? Now he's going to Big Bear again. And he's been at Big Bear before. A lot of people don't realize this. He's fought, he's trained at Big Bear before the Mayweather fight. So I think Marty, he's putting it out there
for like 10 years.
Letting people think that his gas tank is going to something. I wouldn't put it past. I know I don't want to get too conspiratorial here, but I wouldn't put it past the Canelo team that sparring partner that they had, the one that said he was gassed out, that they let that kind of get floated out there. Hey, this dude, you know what I mean? He's gassed out. Maybe, I don't know in what form. Maybe it was early in the training camp or something like that. But let it get out there. This guy runs his mouth a little bit. Let him tell everybody that Canelo was gassing out. Maybe it'll throw Charlo off his game a little bit because Charlo likes to overcommit, and who knows? They're billing this as like he's going to approach this like Erislandy Lara. He's not Erislandy Lara. He's not going to jump. He's not going to run around the ring the whole time. He likes to commit. He doesn't have it in him. So I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him that was what was going on with that. But
all right, so Marty. Bottom line, prediction time. Who do you have winning?
Okay, prediction time. So I got Canelo. I think it's going to be pretty cut and dry. I think rounds 1 through 6. I think Charlo is going to take at least half of those rounds, maybe even 4 out of the 6, maybe, right? And then I think after round 6, you're going to have the data download by Canelo. And I'm not even, like I said, at first I thought this might be competitive. I had a going decision for a while. But I honestly think very quickly, once Canelo puts it on him, I think in about round 7, he's going to put Charlo in trouble. I think he might going into the 8th round. I think there's going to be a huge momentum shift, and I think it's going to be a stoppage in round 8. And I think it's going to be in the form of he's going to put it on him. I think something similar to Ryan Garcia. He's going to take a knee to a body shot, or maybe turn away from a punch and get some sort of standing count, and he's just going to look completely uninterested in getting back in there, and the ref's going to wave it off. That's what I think.
All right.
8th round stoppage, Canelo.
Shout out to you, Marty McFly. Thank you for calling in. Hopefully you call in again in the future. No pun intended. And good call, man. Call back next time, all right, man? Take it easy out there.
All right. Love you guys. We'll do.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, that was Marty McFly there with that prediction. See, people are getting down to it with the specific predictions right there. Don't forget to hit the like, subscribe if you had to do so already. All right, let's go down to another phone call here. Let's go to 915. 915, you're in the air. 915, what's on your mind?
What's up? Buenas tardes, bro. How you guys doing?
Doing fantastic. Hope you're doing fantastic as well. Before we start, what do I write down for your name here, in case you haven't given your prediction yet?
I've given my prediction, bro. I just wanted to tap in on the. I don't know if you guys watched the press conference thing today.
Yeah,
at the end of it, where they go and they talk to Canelo talks to Luke Thomas, and they ask him about that he seemed a little angry, and Canelo tells him, "I'm not angry. I just don't like being fake." And Jermell is fake.
Oh,
he's been talking all that shit, and now he wants to act polite about it. Yo, the last time I saw an angry Nello was Nello GGG too, bro.
Well, he was angry too when he fought Triple G in the 3rd fight. He also said he called Triple G fake. He says he's just an asshole. You know, he's an asshole. So, but you're right though. He called Charlo out for being fake, for not keeping it a buck, as they say nowadays. And Charlo just stood there and shrugged his shoulders and chuckled nervously. You're right.
Yeah, that's kind of, I don't know, it's fucking weak energy to me. Even though I like Charlo, he's a great fighter. And this stamina stuff, bro. I mean, we act like this dude has had a gas tank for fucking 11 rounds straight. He's been known to gas out by fucking 8 to 9 rounds since his Floyd fight. So the gas thing and him declining and being slower towards the end of the fight, that's always been a fucking Canelo issue, bro. He's always been known to fight in spurts, like the other guy in the panel was talking about. It. His stamina fits his fighting style. I think it's going to be tough for Jermell to pick up a win, bro. There's too much going against him. The 16-month layoff, the fucking his plan of moving around in the ring. I mean, the last time this dude boxed like a boxer, like what they say, the street science, was what, like 2015 when he was with Ronnie Shields. Like, are they trying to make this dude revert back to his old style to give Canelo more problems, or because even then, I don't think Charlo in his best day is anywhere near Bivol.
That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. I think you could be right. And if they're smart, they might want to try to do something like that. I think his only way of winning is drawing this fight out. They need to make it into some kind of boxing match where he can rob him on the cards. That's it. He's not knocking Canelo out.
But I think that's bad, though. I mean, this dude's gonna have his stamina is gonna have to be on fucking point to carry all that extra weight. Those extra muscles are gonna need more oxygen. He's gonna be moving around a lot more, and he's gonna have to throw more punches than Canelo. And I mean, this dude has the same output punch stat at 54 to Canelo at 68. So I don't know. I think his fucking stamina is gonna have to be somewhere where it's never been before, because that body work Canelo's gonna do, bro. Plus him dealing with all these feints this man throws, and I don't know. I think the mental mind game in that ring is also gonna take a toll on his stamina. What do you guys think?
I think so too,
I think
man.
it
I think
already is.
that's a high possibility right there, caller. Now, just remind me before we move on here. What's your name so I can just double check your prediction here?
Average boxing fan. I put I feel like it's a late fight stoppage, bro, between 10 and 11th round. I don't think he'll last that long. And if he does, fucking high props to Charlo, bro.
Yeah, I got you right here. Canelo late. Actually, hold on. It's late fight stoppage, right?
Yes.
Okay, late fight stoppage. All right, fantastic. I got you down there, average boxing fan. Thank you for your call and call back next time, all right, man? Take it easy out there.
All right, man.
That was average boxing fan right there, concurring with most people. Okay, so the average that I'm looking at here is most people are going for a late fight stoppage. Most people are picking between round 8 to 11. So far, no one's gone with a 12-round stoppage, which for some reason I like those odds. I don't know why. Shout out to Chris K for his contribution to the super chat. He says Charlo is so shook. Canelo's feints will score knockdowns. Come on. Imagine if that happens. Just the feint alone drops the guy on his keister.
Brilliant drop.
That's a good one. I like that one.
All right, let's go to the shout out to Chris K for his contribution. Let's go to the phone call here. Let's go to 914. 914, you on the air. 914, what's on your mind?
Finally. Okay, so there was a guy on the line that I heard who was talking about how Charlo's going to get knocked out, etc. Canelo fights hard for about 4 or 5 rounds. Then he gasses out. He can barely breathe. You hear him blowing. I mean, you can hear him blowing in the back row. In the back row. This is not a guy who is fit. Okay, he's very thick. He gets tired constantly, flat, footed, can barely move around the ring. The only thing that he does is that he has good head movement. That's it. He moves his head a lot, moves his head well, but Charlo has real power. The main issue is the fact that Charlo is coming up in weight and not just going through one weight class. He has to go through 2 weight classes. That may be significant. However, they both started around the same weight, and Charlo is actually bigger than Canelo. So for me, I feel Charlo is going to knock him out, because one thing Derek James does teach his fighters to do, he doesn't teach them how to block punches, how to duck, etc., but he teaches them how to throw power shots, and they all throw power shots. Every single Derek James fight, he knows how to turn shots over, and they throw power shots in the right way because they do it with combinations. They can do it with either hand. Canelo loads up too much. That's
all
what
right,
I
hold
feel.
on. I gotta get your name down. Who? What do I write down for your prediction here?
Lion. Charlo.
No, hold on.
Lion Legal. Check out my YouTube channel. Lion Legal. Lion. Last name Legal. Lion Legal. Check out my YouTube channel. I talk about legal issues, etc. So it's quite interesting.
All right, and so you're saying Charlo late fight stoppage?
What did you say? Sorry.
You're saying your official prediction is Charlo by late fight stoppage?
Yeah, in my view, he might even stop Canelo in the 3rd round or the 5th round, but Charlo by knockout.
All right, well, pick one. Just pick one, if that's all right.
Well, I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to. We encourage people
pick
to be
as
precise. I mean, look, hold on. We encourage people. We encourage people to be. We encourage people. Sorry, hold on, Quacks. We encourage people to be as accurate as possible or precise, but it's not necessary. You can go with a spectrum. You can go with a round. However you want to do it.
I can't pick around because Canelo is very experienced and very skilled. So and the thing is that he has a very thick neck too. So he's not like an easy person to knock out. But Charlo has spent his whole career, his training camp, and his whole team essentially teaches him how to throw power shots. I even saw him training. When he was training, he was throwing shots on the throwing power shots on the bag that you hold. I forgot the name of that bag, etc. This guy knows how to throw power shots. So I'm going with the KO for Charlo.
Now let me ask you something though. I'm curious. Who did you pick between Canelo and Daniel Jacobs?
Daniel Jacobs is not particularly impressive. I felt that, in fact, I'm not even sure if I picked someone before the fight, because at that point I didn't really watch a lot of Canelo's fights. So it's difficult to remember. Plus you cannot compare Daniel Jacobs to Charlo. Charlo is a lot more deadly, a lot more. He's tougher, man. He's tougher. Daniel Jacobs is.
Daniel Jacobs? Yeah, what are you talking about right now? Hang on for a second. Let's stay there. How is he tougher?
How's he tougher? Because he knocks people the hell out.
Yeah.
He knocks people, like dude. He knocked a guy out with
toughness.
He knocked.
People taking beats.
Excuse me.
How is he tougher? I'm sorry.
Let me finish.
Continue.
All right. So like he knocked a guy out with a jab. Come on. That like who the hell does that? Charlo's on a different level, man. You're looking at him like a small boy. He's not. He's a legitimate fighter, a very experienced one.
Okay. But he did that to a guy that was a small boy, and he's a big man, right? So where's the context here?
Okay. You can only assess a fighter based on the challenges that they have faced. You cannot create fantasy matchups. You only know what you get based on what you see. What Charlo has been able to overcome every single obstacle that has been put in front of him and overcome it well. Don't forget, there are some fighters that can't knock anybody out no matter what. Even if you give them a sledgehammer, they will not be able to knock people out. Devin Haney is an example of that. Charlo is at the other end of the spectrum. Once you have power, that's nothing to be messed around with.
Well, what the hell is that? Okay, so what I'm getting at from you is that you're saying Charlo late fight stoppage. If I heard you correctly, you said that you don't remember who you picked between Canelo and Jacobs because you hadn't been watching Canelo that much at the time. Maybe, just curious, how many Canelo fights have you seen? Just name me the Canelo fights you've seen.
I've seen all of his fights. All of his fights after he fought Floyd Mayweather. After he fought Floyd, I started to watch, a lot of his fights.
But wait a minute. Wait, you told me when by the Jacobs fight you hadn't seen that much Canelo.
Sorry.
Okay. So let me clarify that. I wasn't like it's not something that I particularly had a strong view either way. I wasn't thinking to myself, okay, I prefer to pick one or the other. I mean, I saw the fight, but it's not it was not something that I was highly anticipating, like a Deontay Wilder fight. Let me put it that way. So I don't think I had a pick.
Okay, so you are anticipating this fight to this Saturday, right? Because it's going to be. I'm looking at the predictions that we've taken down so far. We've had about 30,
of course.
We've had about 30-something predictions.
Of course,
you're
I'm
only the
second.
Right, you're only the second person who's speaking Charlo, and you're doing it by stoppage. You're saying he's going to stop him.
Let me tell you, the only issue Charlo will face is not technique, is not anything. It's like the real issue is the potential for weight. How did he put the weight on? Because there are different ways to do it. If he put the weight on correctly, and if he's not going to gas out or not get tired, he definitely has a good chance to stop Canelo. Definitely. So it all depends on the way that he put on the weight, and if he had the right strength and conditioning. Canelo is old, man, and he's slow now. He's slow, and he does not perform well. If you look at the last fights he's had, plus one thing he does, which I've stated before, is that he's very selective. He cherry picks a lot of opponents to find ones that are not going to present a difficult style, and once he feels that he'll be able to knock out, ever since he faced Floyd a few years ago, he avoided people with tricky styles. Canelo is very, very crafty in that sense. He faced Floyd Mayweather, and he saw that, look, if he has a difficult style in front of him, he's not going to be able to prevail. So he knows this. He knows it. But even aside from the style,
so what?
Yeah, the guys in the panel are asking. Lara had a simple style in your opinion.
Billy Joe Saunders had a pretty tricky
Lara
style, I
beat him.
think.
No. Hold up, man. Lara beat him. Lara beat him, but he didn't get the decision.
Lion, you said, but hold on, Lion, that's not what we're arguing. You said he avoided guys with tricky styles, but he fought Lara a year after he fought Mayweather, or less than a year after he fought Mayweather.
Sure, he did.
Did you watch
No. Let me ask you, BDA. Do you feel that he lost the fight?
That's not what we're talking about. Hold on. Now you're changing. You said that he avoided, that he's a cherry picker and he avoids guys who are tricky. Now we're talking about how he fought Lara.
Okay.
So would it be fair to say you're wrong?
Okay. So if you fight one person with a tricky style out of 20 fights, that makes you a person that is open to fighting any style. Please,
I mean, Golovkin
he's avoided people that have difficult styles.
Golovkin had as tricky a style as you can get. He's good defensively, and on top of that, he cracks. He hits like a mule.
They said he lost to Golovkin,
Right? Okay, but hold on. But you're saying he avoided tricky styles. Now we found two guys that he fought with tricky styles. So I mean, let's dispense with that narrative.
Who else? Only two.
Billy Joe Saunders.
Only two out of 20.
Billy Joe Saunders, Dimitri Bivol, Daniel Jacobs. Those are tricky styles.
He lost to Bivol. Saunders was beating him every round until like the 6th round after he got his eye popped. Except Canelo can be beaten. I don't know why people are pretending like he's...
So what? Lion. Do you hear yourself? What are we arguing about then? You said he avoided tricky styles. Now you just told me 3 tricky styles that he should have lost against.
Okay, dude. This is not coming from me. Even his trainer said that he doesn't like tricky styles. I mean, come on, like this is a fact.
But you just admitted he fought. I think you're trolling, man, because you just admitted he fought 3 tricky styles that he lost to. So how is he avoiding tricky styles if he fought 3 tricky styles?
The BDA.
The plant's tricky.
BDA.
Are you talking about that interview where Eddie Reynoso also was supposed to be a racist? Are you referring back to that same interview?
That's for
no. Let's not go back there.
Hold on. Let me ask you.
BDA, are you saying
so straight up? Hold on. So straight up. Hold on. Straight up. Did he or did he not fight tricky styles then?
He generally avoids them.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Did he fight tricky styles? Yes or no?
We just named 4.
There is context to my answer. Not a simple answer. Yes, he likes to avoid tricky styles. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Even De La Hoya said so. A lot of people have said so, man. I'm not the only one. Why are you jumping on me?
I'm not jumping on you. Well, if I'm jumping on you or actually trying to get you to explain yourself, is because you said he avoids tricky styles, and then we easily came up with 3 tricky styles that he fought, and then we came up with 3 tricky styles. Lion, you're talking over me, man.
The BDA.
He fought. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. No. I was about to say, do you honestly feel that he tries to go for the most difficult style possible? You really think so?
Yes.
Oh, but where is David Benavidez?
He went for Floyd. Completely inexperienced, and he was weight trained. So you have to give him credit for that.
And he lost.
A little bit.
Lost.
Is that true?
And he lost
to that. Fought him, right?
But Coley, Lion, you're saying he avoids tricky styles. And then we give you a tricky style. You go, well, he lost. That's not the point. The point is he fought the tricky style.
Okay. Let me.
You're arguing. Hold on. Line legal. You're arguing for nothing. Instead of just saying, I was wrong. He does fight tricky styles. Now you want to change it to he doesn't fight all the time tricky styles.
Let me tell you the issue. The issue is that you are Canelo fans. That is the real issue. Let's just get down to the brass tacks. You are Canelo fan. I am not a Canelo fan.
So that's the problem right now.
I mean, I could just about say the same thing about. I could say the same thing about you. You're a Canelo hater, and let's just leave it at that.
No.
No. Well, I'm not a Canelo. I'm not a Canelo fan. No. I'm not a Canelo fan either. No.
Oh boy. Okay. I guess we have different perspectives. I just feel that he has not the best thing. The best thing for someone in his position
how's
to
it
do
a different perspective if you say Canelo avoids tricky styles? Then we come up with tricky styles, and then you go, well, there's context behind.
In my view, absolutely, he does. Absolutely, like how many tricky styles out of the 20 that he fought after Floyd? How many styles has he fought that are
we just named four. We named four. He fought Golovkin 3 times. He fought Daniel Jacobs, Billy Joe Saunders. Hold on, excuse me. Billy Joe Saunders, Dimitri Bivol. That's 6 tricky styles right there.
Yes, and look at what happened when he fought.
He did fight tricky styles. So we established that you were wrong. So we established that you were wrong. He fights tricky styles. You were wrong.
No. We're not established that.
Yes.
No. I will say no. Okay. All right. No.
I mean,
I disagree.
Okay. Hold on. Stay on the line because I want to get other people involved here. Let's go to 212. See if they want to talk to. You're on the 212. You're on the air with Lion Legal, who says that Canelo's going to get knocked out. 212. You're on the air. 212.
Is this 212?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Biff.
Oh, Biff.
Tell
Go ahead,
McFly.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, tell McFly to say hi to his mom for me.
Joe, you're on the. You told me I was crazy.
Along with you, BDA, and Recognize.
Joe, you told me I was
tell
crazy.
Tell your mom I said hi.
Can you hear me, Joe? Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You were calling me crazy the other day. You were calling me crazy the other day for putting money on Charlo. You're on the air with a guy who is saying that Charlo's going to knock him out. So you go at him. You tell him if he's wrong or if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and he has a channel that gives out law advice. Yeah, I'll pass. This guy's a fucking clown. Let me tell you something right now. Danny Jacobs would whip Charlo's ass. This guy's delusional. He's fucking delusional. Canelo's gonna knock this guy out with the 10. He's gonna. He might even get charged with manslaughter. That's how much he's gonna beat this fucking guy. And I can't believe this guy's a fucking attorney. He wants us to listen to him. He's fucking out of his mind.
He never said he's an attorney.
Are you speaking English? Are you speaking English? Dude, I can't understand what you're saying. Please, take the food out of your mouth.
Well, you're the one who has Charlo's balls in your mouth. I can't even understand what you're saying either.
What are you saying? I can't even hear. I don't understand this. You have to enunciate. You have to enunciate better, please.
Okay. Jacobs would whip Charlo's ass.
Oh.
Why are you talking very slowly?
It wouldn't even be a competition.
What is going on here?
and listen, and Canelo might get charged with manslaughter.
Are you okay?
Because he's going to beat the shit out of Charlo. and thirdly,
you just asked him to do this.
After listening to you and your logic, who the fuck would take any law advice from you?
Well, hold on.
You sound like a fucking madman.
Your ex-wife took advice from me. And that's why she got your house. Okay, so calm down. Anyway.
No. There's no way my ex-wife took advice from you because you like men.
Oh, come on. Wait a minute. This is getting out of hand. Hold on.
So after the fight, let's all have
I heard you have
I've heard you already.
Okay, so let me just say this last thing.
No.
Let me just say this last thing.
No. I don't even want to hear it because
I heard you have a fetish.
No.
for black men.
Hold on.
No.
Hey, everybody, I'm going to mute people. Hold on. I'm going to mute. One at a time. Hold on. One at a time. Excuse me. One at a time. Line Legal. You go ahead, Line Legal.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Thank you. So
See, I'm a gentleman. I'll let you talk.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Okay. So first of all, I'm surprised that you allow
Jesus' name in vain on this channel.
So I'm surprised that you would allow somebody so uncouth, profane, and clearly mentally unstable on this channel. But like the last thing I'll say about this anyway is that let's have a call in after the fight. I will call in, and then we'll see who actually prevails and who is correct and who is not, and then we'll see who is actually prescient and who has foresight on these issues, rather than allowing some unhinged drunkard call in and spew a lot of bile.
Don't talk about never sobers that way. Don't talk about never sobers. Don't talk about never sobers that way.
Man, that's dark.
Okay, let me say something.
That's all I'll say. That's the last thing I'll say on this. But like, have a good night, though.
No, don't go yet. Don't go.
Let's make a bet. Can we make a bet? And I'm going to do the service. And I'm going to do some service.
Joe.
If Canelo.
Joe, he hung up. Call back, Line Legal. Call back, man. Come on. He wants to bet with you.
Yeah, what a pussy. I was going to bet him that if Charlo gets knocked out, that he has to shut down his website. I mean, his channel. Because who the fuck is going to take any advice from that guy?
Well, by the way, I found his
He has a fetish for black men. That's what I heard.
Come on. I found his YouTube channel, by the way.
He has a fetish for black cock.
I found his YouTube channel. It's called Line Legal, and he never claimed to be a lawyer, by the way. I never heard him claim that. So let's not, just for legal purposes, let's go with that. He's got a video here of.
I think I did hear him say he was a witch doctor, though.
Nah, come on. Now, wait a minute. Let's see. I don't even know if this is him, though. Hold on.
He's such a pussy. He hangs up. What a pussy.
Well, come on. No need for the name calling. I think this is him. Line Legal.
Pakistan, as you see.
This is him. This is him.
Children were stuck on a zip line for 16 hours before they were rescued.
All right, that's him. What? Okay, that's his channel, Lion Legal. That's him. I heard his voice. Lion Legal, call back, man. People want to bet. Joe wants to throw the gauntlet at you.
There's nothing lying about him. Call him Legal Pussycat now, because he hangs up and runs away.
Joe, you saying that you're a big shot over at Wall Street. You're saying you would not hire this man if you ever got into legal trouble.
Fuck no. I'd rather represent myself than that fucking clown.
All right. Well, Joe.
That fucking clown. And look you can also see his character.
Joe.
You can see his character right the second that he has it. The second that he has any pushback, he falls like a chair. Because he's not even going to object. He's too afraid of the judge. You think I want that fucking guy to represent me?
I don't know. I mean, his vocabulary was
Get the fuck out of here.
All right, listen, Joe, we're going to, if he calls back, call back yourself, all right, man? If he calls back, call back, man.
Okay. All right.
But how much? Hey, just curious. How much did you want to
buddy. Have a good day.
All right, you too, Joe. Thanks for calling in.
What?
No, I said thanks for calling in, man. Thanks for calling.
Well, what did you ask me?
I was going to ask you how.
No problem. I needed to help you out after this shit.
Hey, by the way, he's in the chat. Shout out to Lion Legal. Call back, Lion Legal. Call back, man.
All right,
Joe was about to throw the gauntlet at you. He wanted to place a bet. So call in, man. Call in. All right, Joe, if he calls back in, you call back, right, man? All right, take it easy,
After
man.
I lost my voice.
Yeah, all right. All right, take it easy.
All right, buddy.
All right. That was quite the show right there, man. Hopefully both guys call back. Lion Legal, I see you in the chat, man. Call back, man. Call back. Let's set up a bet. We had Campos Vasquez and Booty Juice setting up a bet for Crawford versus Canelo if that fight ever occurs. And so, and Campos Vasquez said, let's do over 2,000, over $2,000 in the bet. So Lion Legal and Joe, there is a precedent. Guys, call back, set up that bet, all right? Let's go back to the phone lines here real quick. Let's go to 945. 945, you're on the air. 945, what's on your mind? 945. You're on the air. 945. All right. Let's go to 240. 240. You're on the air. 240. You're in the air. 240. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I just have a question. I want to know what you guys think about if Canelo lose.
Oh.
Okay. If Canelo loses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's his next fight? And or if Canelo wins, do you think he should go ahead and fight David Benavidez? But if he do not fight David Benavidez, I want to know how you guys think about that.
All right, hold on. The first question was
he's
if
not going to. We know that already.
Well, actually, okay. The first question. Hold on, fella. The first question was if Canelo loses, who does he fight next? I mean, that's an interesting question, man. He would have to go back to some sort of a tune-up, not a tune-up fight where, it's a shit fight, but it's, like what he did with Ryder after he lost with Bivol. He would have to fight a guy of that caliber. And I don't know who that could be. Maybe Jermall Charlo?
He'll fight Jermall.
Right. Maybe that. Yeah, maybe that's what it would be. And Caller, what was your second question?
I don't think. I would say I don't think Canelo gets any breaks.
The second question is,
all right. Okay. So go ahead,
if he
Caller.
wins
Uh-huh.
and he does not, if he wins and he does not fight David Benavidez, what will you guys think
Caller,
about that?
Could you just first of all, just call him Benavidez? Benavidez. There's no T there, first of all. But that's my OCD. That's my OCD. It's driving me insane. It's not your fault. But number two, if he doesn't fight Benavidez, I mean, no, he has to, man. He has to fight him. If he doesn't fight Benavidez,
I don't see them fighting, bro.
Really?
He's not going to.
I don't see them fighting, bro. I see them fighting Jermall and then Crawford, bro.
If he doesn't choose David Benavidez, I want to know how will his fans? What will you guys think?
Well, I just told you he has to fight him. Meaning he.
Times on here. I hope they never fight.
I'll put it this way: if he doesn't fight him, and if he doesn't fight, sorry, BD, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, here's like Never Sober said that Never Sober take is he hopes Canelo and Benavidez never fight just to spite the Canelo haters. I myself would rather see him fight Benavidez, but here's the thing, Caller. Here's the thing: they're trying to push Canelo versus Crawford. Crawford wants that fight. What did he say after the fight? After the
more
Spence
lucrative.
fight? After the Spence fight, he said, "Nah, I don't fight above 154." Then, as soon as he started seeing the possibility and he started seeing the money signs, ching 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 ching, bling bling, he said, "Fuck it, I'll fight over 168." Canelo, once they offer the fight to him, he's gonna take the Crawford fight. I don't like it. I'd rather see him fight Benavidez. But Caller, what do you think? What's the likelihood? What's more likely that they're gonna go for the money between Crawford and Canelo, or Canelo Benavidez?
Well, picking to fight all these little guys, I mean, to me, that's not, if you win, I mean, that's nothing. Fight David Benavidez. This is what the fight world wants, okay? Now, if he doesn't fight David Benavidez, okay, if he doesn't fight David Benavidez after he wins with Charlo, then he's
hold up.
a pussy.
Hold on, my nigga.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, I'm with you, man. I want to see him fight Benavidez, but the way they're marketing it now, even the boxing hipsters are saying Crawford would beat Canelo. So I think you can already smell what The Rock is cooking. You can already see where they're gonna go with that. And there's a lot of people. Caller, who would you pick between Crawford and Canelo? Just curious.
I'm curious too, bro.
Listen, okay, you curious? Here it is, right here. Okay, Canelo is picking these little guys, okay, to fight. I think he's a bitch for that, okay, and I think he needs to fight David Benavidez, the person that's in his division, okay, that everyone wants to see. The reason why he's not fighting David Benavidez is because his reign will be over. With no one talk about him no more. They'll be talking about the new Mexican king,
David Benavidez. Can I ask you a question real quick before you go too far? How much money do you think Canelo versus Benavidez would make versus Canelo versus Crawford, like pay-per-view wise?
PBC offered Canelo $50 million. That was the most money he ever would have made boxing. Anyone else. He never made that much money.
Hold on, my nigga. I was talking though.
Offered him. He denied it.
We already answered that
said,
question when someone else
I
already
don't
called
fight
you at the time,
Mexican
bro.
fighters. You wanted my answer. I'm trying to tell you my answer, but you keep talking.
Caller, I asked you, Crawford, Canelo, who wins? And you started talking about Benavidez. Just Crawford, Canelo. Who do you pick in that one?
And I told you, why would Canelo want to fight Crawford?
That's not an answer.
Why is he picking these little guys?
Is there a full moon today? Here's something. What's going on?
Answer questions with questions.
Listen. Why don't Canelo go ahead and fight Wilder? Okay, go up and fight Wilder. How about that?
Talking for
go up and fight a heavyweight or something. Why is he picking these little guys? Of course, these little guys they want to fight because they want the money. They just want the money. That's
okay, so hold on. So
caller. They don't care nothing about money.
That means Canelo.
Yeah, you're picking Canelo. Okay,
you guys are asking me, then you guys are talking.
Caller. You're rambling here. I'm going to answer the question for you.
I'm not picking nobody because he's little. He's a Walter. He's little.
So you can't pick. Okay, hold on. Let me get this straight. You can't pick because one guy is smaller.
Canelo and Tank. How about that?
But Tank is too small, so we can't pick.
Come on, man. I'm a real boxer and a real boxing fan. Guy.
Caller.
And lightweight with middle. I don't do that stuff, man.
You're not rambling. Caller. I'm glad that you're. Jeez, Louise. Caller, I'm glad you're not rambling. By the way, I'm glad you're not rambling. I'm glad that you're calm, cool, collected. You're not rambling though. That's great. So listen, I asked you 3 times straight up for your answer. You refused to give it, so we're gonna have to move on. But shout out to you. Oh, by the way, hold on. What's your official prediction for Charlo Canelo? Please at least answer that one.
Canelo.
Okay. And what do we call you? What's your nickname or YouTube name, or so I can write it down?
Dino. My name's Dino. Canelo.
Didn't you already give it?
In between the 7th and 10th round.
7th and 10th round. All right. 7th, 10th round. All right, listen, Dino, we got to move on here. But thank you for your call. And I'm right there with you. I want to see the Benavidez fight. I don't want to see him fight Crawford. I don't care about... Well, I mean, I do care somewhat about it, but I'd rather see him fight Benavidez. But next time, when we ask you a question, we want to hear... We're curious about your answer. We want to hear your input. So call back next time and take it easy.
We're curious to the direct... answer to the question that was posed. That's how that works.
All right. Well, listen. Shout out to you, Dino, and catch you next one. All right. He left. He was mumbling there in the background. Let's go to another phone call here. And don't forget, hit the like. Really helps us out. All right. Let's go to 915. 915. You're in the air. 915. What's on your mind?
Damn, I had some questions for the lion dude. And,
yeah, Lionheart.
And for this last caller, I just want to. The last caller, I just want to tell him, bro, like, Canelo don't need to fight Benavidez. I mean, what other undisputed boxer aside from Canelo and Haney have defended the undisputed belts more than once, bro? No one else. It's just, he don't have to fight Benavidez. He can fucking say, fuck that. I'm fighting Bud. I'm dropping whatever belt the WBC want to take away from me or whatever sanctioning body does. I don't got to fight him.
But by the way, caller. Caller. Did you recognize who that was? By the way.
Yeah. He's been on other boxing shows, bro.
No, that was Al Heyman.
So I recognize his voice with this Benavidez.
That was Al Heyman on the air.
Was it? But yeah, bro. Like, he doesn't have to fight Benavidez. Just to be completely clear, he doesn't have to, bro. He's undisputed.
Obviously
he's cleared the division because that's what he collected all the fucking belts. It wasn't his fault that David wasn't holding that belt.
Well, you know, the worst thing about it is if Benavidez had already beaten Canelo now and he'd be fighting Andrade, all these guys, and because he sounded like he really dislikes Canelo, he would be rooting for the Andrade all day, man. That would be fucked. Benavidez. We saw that happen with Lomachenko. They were rooting for Lopez against Lomachenko. Then as soon as Lopez won, he ducking Haney. He don't want that smoke. Arf, arf. I mean, we've seen that narrative before. But Caller, what's your name? And did you already give down your prediction?
Yeah, I already gave that one prediction, bro. I just had if Legal Lions pops back in, I just wanted to ask him who his favorite fighter is and how many skilled fighters does he have on the list. Because he said Canelo's avoiding skilled fighters, this and that. And then he mentioned Oscar, saying that even Oscar says that Canelo. No, Oscar did not want Canelo to box Austin Trout because he was a slick southpaw that was just coming out of whooping Cotto's ass. And Canelo went against his decisions to fight the slick fighter. You got to get that right.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to, but we were trying to. But as you can see, the callers, I think they listen to what they want to hear instead of actually paying attention to what we're saying. But anyway, listen, man, good points, good call, and call back after the fight, Raman. Take it easy out there.
All right, I will. All right.
All right, that was another caller right there. Don't forget to hit the like, fellas. Hit the like, really helps out. Let's go to 945 here. 945, you're on the air. 945, what's on your mind?
Hey, yo, what's going on? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you, man. What's up?
Hey, man. I was calling in earlier, and I kind of missed my spot. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
But as far as that Legal Lions guys goes, I mean, he kind of exposed himself using a lot of the LDBC talking points. You know, he kind of just went down the list of them, and you know, he kind of showed that he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He definitely probably only started watching boxing the past maybe 3 or 4 years.
Hey, by the way, hold on, stay right there. Caller, stay right there. Hold on, hey, fellas on the panel. Did Legal Lion was he the one that said that Reynoso had said that all the Afro Anglos, all they do is run? All the Afro Anglos.
I don't know about that, but you know what?
Okay, that was the same. Okay, thanks for clearing that up.
Spanish, but the other shit that they put out was I laughed my ass off. I wasn't on the panel at the time. I don't speak Spanish, but I understand it pretty well. But he literally said, like, they have a complicated style. And that's how these idiots interpreted it. It's like, that's not an insult, you fucking morons.
Hold on a second. That type of language, completely unnecessary. Go ahead, caller. What was on your mind?
Oh, this is Real Talk Boxing.
Go ahead, Real Talk Boxing.
Yeah. As far as the fight goes, man, I think this is just a complete mismatch. These people really want to pretend that, you know, a 15-month layoff doesn't mean anything. When we watched what happened to Spence, we watched what happened to Fulton, we watched what happened to Josh Taylor. You know, all of them said the same exact thing. Their timing was off. They didn't feel like they were in the fight, and it's going to be the same thing with Charlo. And you can already tell that the energy's off. He's nervous, and he doesn't look like himself. He's not the loudmouth little asshole that he's always been. He's trying to be calm and respectful. Hopefully, you know, hoping that Canelo will take it easy on him, and that shit's not going to work. Canelo has a good memory, and he was listening whenever he said, "Oh, I could whoop Canelo's ass. I could beat Canelo." And he remembers all that shit, and he's gonna lay it thick on Charlo Saturday. You know?
So what's your official prediction there, Real Talk?
My official prediction, I think Canelo's gonna stop him in the fourth quarter of the fight. So somewhere in the 10th, 11th, or 12th round. I'd say probably the 11th round.
Okay, I'm gonna write down Canelo stoppage championship rounds. There we go. All right, Real Talk. Anything else you want to mention before we move on?
No, man. I appreciate you having me. God bless y'all.
Thank you, Real Talk. Thank you. Take it easy out there. All right. We got another phone call here. Let's go to 713. 713, you're on the air. 713, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, BDA? This is Greg Terrible. Man, I don't know what the whole PBC avoids slick fighters, all of them. The only people that don't avoid slick fighters is Canelo and Top Rank.
Hold on.
Maybe
Greg Terrible. I can barely hear you, man. I can barely hear you, Greg Terrible. If you're on the Bluetooth, please just get rid of the Bluetooth and just call in. Talk to your receiver normally because I can hear a lot of background noise too, like you're in a warehouse or something.
Okay, give me. No, I'm at the gym. Give me a minute.
He's at the gym. I hear a warehouse. It's a warehouse. I know a warehouse when I hear it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, the whole PBC avoids slick fighters, all of them. Not one has destroyed a slick fighter. None of them. Top Rank, Canelo, and maybe Golden Boy. They match them for slick fighters. I don't know what the other people are thinking about. But yeah, I saw all access, and man, Charlo doesn't look dialed in. I mean, he's working out and everything, but he don't have the eye of the tiger.
Oh.
Yeah, I never noticed it. He's watching Canelo still, but he's all relaxed with the family. The only one that sort of brings up a point is that dude Juan Guzman. He was the only. All of them are just like enjoying the TV by the pool and stuff. Man, that dude doesn't look dialed in. He's coming off a 15-month layoff, new weight. Man, he has his work cut out, but I don't see it. Man, I changed my prediction now. I think he's gonna knock him out by the 6th now because he don't look dialed in. He just doesn't. I don't know what the other lawyer. What's he looking at? The whole PBC avoids slick fighters.
Okay,
Name
hold
one.
on.
Name
I don't
one.
think Legal Lion never claimed to be a lawyer. Let's just state that right now because we don't want to get
whatever. We assume he's a lawyer. The legal advisor. There you go.
Maybe he's
man. I don't know what he's thinking.
Hey, Greg,
did you see? Oscar has faced more slicker fighters than that dude.
Greg, did you mentioned that Charlo was watching the fight there, relaxed with his family, watching Canelo's fights. Did you see that when John Guzman first showed up to the house, the wife thought that he was a help? Did you see that one? She's like, "Oh yeah, you can move that table over there to the corner, please." Like, and then it took Charlo to mention, "No, he's actually a part-time trainer. This guy."
Yeah, I noticed it. But also, I mean, he should be like in Las Vegas somewhere. At least Tank goes to Las Vegas or Maryland and trains dialed in. But man, Charlo's not doing that. And then Charlo should be more familiar with the 1-2-1 combo because he's a Ronnie Shields alumni. He's not fighting with them anymore. But over there at that Savannah gym, when he was up there, that's what that gym sort of taught, that 1-2-1. They didn't get away from any other combo other than that one. Like even Juan Diaz has that 1-2-1. If you pay attention to it. But anyway, that's my take on it. Enjoy the show, man. Take it easy. Bye.
Thank you, Greg Terrible. Thank you. Take it easy, man. Yeah, that's true. There, he does have the 1-2 like Lara, like Quag said. Let's go to another phone call here. Somebody else is calling in, and then we gotta wrap it up afterwards. Unless more phone calls come in. 619, you're on the air. 619. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, man, it's Jose.
Oh, Jose, what's up, man?
No, I was just calling to say what's up and just give another take on the talk. I mean, on the fight. I called you. I'm still maintaining my pick for Canelo to knock out Charlo. Just because I think he's more a veteran. He has more experience. But I gave my opinion yesterday, saying that Canelo has a pathway to victory. I mean, Charlo. And I was seeing like some of the comments, man, like they were all getting up in arms, like, who the fuck is this caller, this and that. And I'm all like, damn, man, isn't this supposed to be the boxing debate arena? So I would appreciate, BDA, if you just clarified that there's nothing wrong with giving different, opinions or viewpoints or what ifs. I thought that kind of irks me, man. They kind of seem like childish and fucking, like they don't know shit about boxing, man. Like if they're fucking casuals, man.
Well, this ain't a classy show.
And also, I was here to talk. Yep.
Yeah, we never said this was a classy show. I mean, people have a right to it. It is the debate arena, so if people want to get up in arms about it, they get up in arms about it.
It's not classy, but I'm just alluding to the fact that it's called boxing debate arena. So if you got something that's fucking controversial,
Jose, nobody's taking nothing personal. You just tripping.
Nobody's taking it personal.
No, I'm just alluding to the fact of the boxing debate arena. It's supposed to be a debate.
Well, that's what the debate was.
What's your quick way to victory?
And I kind of have a different. I'm of a different opinion. I think that I heard Canelo say that he doesn't care how nice Charlo is being, that he's still gonna fuck him up, this and that. But I don't think emotions have any bearing on how the fight's gonna play out. I actually think it's kind of suspicious that Charlo's being friendly. He could be playing. Have you heard the saying, "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer"? So I don't know. I think Charlo might be buttering up Canelo, and then the night of the fight, he's just gonna just fuck that and just turn the tables on him.
Well,
I think it's gonna be a good fight. And
Jose, in regards to the Charlo path to victory, that's essentially what we were. I don't know if you saw the beginning of the show, but we spent about an hour and a half dissecting a video.
Yeah, I was.
Right.
I know for sure that you guys. But I'm just saying that yesterday I called saying that it was going to be a good fight. And people, I just see that there's the support for Canelo's heavy. I'm going for Canelo too, man. I'm Mexican, but I try to keep it boxing first. You know what I mean?
Well, let me say this, man.
He's already lost before. Man.
Let me say this. Your point of view is nothing compared to a legal lion. He's going for Charlo by stoppage. That was outrage that you saw in the chat. Your point of view, or the reaction to your point of view, was not outrage. It was just a disagreement. And that's the point of the boxing debate arena, that people disagree. Otherwise, there's no debate.
Yeah, I guess it's just irritating to hear like childish comments, man. That's all. It's like, I know I should have a thicker skin, but it's kind of irritating.
That's what it's all about, man.
I think it's going to be a great fight. What's that?
All right. Well, it's going to be a great fight, you said, Jose. I agree. I think it's going to be entertaining for as long as it goes.
Yeah, and what I was going to mention, what do you guys think about Juan Guzman, man? I heard he was an excellent defensive fighter, so I'm sure he's been, I think all I'm saying is that I think Charlo has he has a plan, man. Everything is well planned out. And the fact that he's acting nice to Canelo might be just to kind of like to pull the wool over his eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe. That's what they do.
That's my take.
That's what they're doing to Isaac Cruz too. They're letting him put his guard down like that Italian guy in American Me, and then boom, they stick him with the knife. But all right, Jose, we got your prediction down. You're still going with you said Canelo KO round 7. You want to change that one, or you want to leave it as is?
I'm going to leave it as is because I'm going to go with my original pick.
All right.
So I still feel that way.
All right.
But we don't know what happened, but see.
All right, man. All right.
Before the 6, from the 6 to the 7. Okay, I'll check 7 or under.
Hey, Jose, this is Gonzalo, your brother.
What's up?
Hey, I'm going sparring to the wild card in General Santos today. I'm gonna go spar today and tomorrow. See you later, fool. Take care.
Good, man. All right, man. All right, there.
All right. Shout out to you, Jose. Take it easy. Thank you for calling in, man. Yeah, I was going to ask Jose if he could still beat up Gonzalo, but I don't think he appreciates those type of questions. All right, let's go to another phone call here. Let's go to 336. 336, you're on the air. 336, what's on your mind?
So I'll make this quick about the Benavidez fight and whatnot.
Benavidez.
I'm kind of torn where, I don't think Canelo has to fight Benavidez necessarily for legacy because he's already cemented everything, and I don't mind him going on a crip crushing tour just so he can be in the LDBC's head rent free, again for the rest of his career.
My nigga.
But when it comes to the magnitude of the win, let's assume David Benavidez stops Andre, which he probably will. That'll be his 4th champion he's beaten, and he's knocked out 3 of them, and he almost stopped Plant. On paper, it might be the best champion he's ever beat, because Benavidez, not ever beat, but it might be the best win on his record, or in his career, because David Benavidez is naturally bigger than Canelo Alvarez, and by a lot. And Canelo's a little bit older and stuff like that. And Benavidez in his prime, with people, even in the second Golovkin fight, whoever you thought won, was a really close fight. Triple G was 36 years old. With Benavidez, there's no such thing. So if he beats Benavidez, it's at least the second best win of his career. Right now, I have Cotto as the second best win of his career. And I have, and I got Golovkin at 1. But Benavidez would be at least number 2. So I kind of wonder, what do you guys think in terms of, if he beats David Benavidez, is that the best one of his career? Or, is it number 2, 3? How do you guys think about that?
No, not by a long shot, just because he hasn't done shit.
Yeah, it's just the Benavidez fight is probably a difficult fight stylistically. It's a difficult and tough fight too because of the volume and the size.
He should be at 175, and that's actually the big problem right now. Everybody's crying about it. It's like, they need to get this fight done soon because he can't make this wait too much longer. What does that mean? That means this guy shouldn't be in that weight class. They're freaking draining him down. They're trying to keep him there. I get it, but the point is that he should probably be fighting Bivol, and he probably doesn't want to deal with that just yet. So he's doing the same thing Canelo's doing to him. He's doing the same shit to Bivol. So fair play.
Yeah, because a lot of people look. If you ask David Benavidez' dad, he'll say, "Oh, they better fight Benavidez now because he's only getting older, more experienced, and stronger. Where he's actually going to be like in his actual prime, 25, 26, 27 years of age. But that comes at a cost too, man, because you're trying to bully dudes, and because you're big. So okay, we make them wait. You struggle a little bit to make the 68 division, but at the same time, you say you're going to be stronger because it's going to be more towards your prime years. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, because they want everything going their way, right? But that's what I'm saying.
Right.
I agree.
Well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I'll just make it quick. The reason why I think this fight is so big for his legacy is, him and Gennady Golovkin are the best middleweights of their era, however you want to chalk it up, if one guy edges it over the other, or if you think they're tied, because, when Triple G was 40, it doesn't matter. But if you thought Golovkin won the first fight and you thought Canelo won the second fight, based on what they had accomplished at middleweight, you could say, realistically, they're both the best middleweights of their era in any order. And then, if he beats Benavidez, there's no doubt that he's the best super middleweight of his era. He obviously has beaten more champs at super middleweight and stuff like that. Well, actually, I think it's about the same. I think Canelo's beaten 3 or 4, whatever it is. If he beats Benavidez, there is no doubt. But if he doesn't fight or beat Benavidez, people will always say maybe Benavidez was better at super middleweight than Canelo. But even if Canelo loses, I'm not going to shit on him for it. I mean, fucking Benavidez is like a fucking light heavyweight or cruiserweight. I would personally like to see the fight as a fan, both of them, as a fan of the sport. But I'm not going to shit on Canelo if he decides to make easy paydays beating on these crips, like I said earlier. I mean, I can't blame him for it.
I agree with you to an extent, but I don't think it's going to affect him the same way because he's done all the work already. He's fought guys that people want him to do. I know a lot of people dispute when he did it. That's fine. But in the end of the game, why would you fight Benavidez when you can fight Crawford, who's going to make more money? I don't think people really understand how boxing is working right now.
I mean, I got to tell you, man. I got to tell you. But listen, Dora, we got to move on here, but thank you for your call and call back next time, right, man? Take it easy.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, there's another fight coming up this Saturday via the Zone from London, I believe. So it's going to be at about 5 p.m. Eastern time here. And that's Onomatopoeia taking on, I forget the guy's name, but he's fighting a British guy that's about 6 feet, 6 inches tall. That's the fight to make. Benavidez against Onomatopoeia at cruiserweight, because Benavidez is a big. Here's the thing: Benavidez is super tall. Well, he looks like he's 6 feet 3 inches tall, and then he's got thick legs too. On top of that, he does not have skinny legs. So this guy could pack on. He's killing himself to make 168. Forget one light heavyweight. He should go up to cruiserweight and fight Onomatopoeia, who's going to be fighting this Saturday against a guy that's 6 feet 6 inches tall. So that's the fight to make.
But why do you think he doesn't go? Why is he not at light heavyweight though? Because you don't want to deal with Bivol, and he definitely don't want to deal with Beterbiev within. That would be an awful fight for him, especially when he punches himself out at the end of those combinations and Beterbiev's still sitting there and he hits him that soft-ass body. That's going to go south for his ass. Beterbiev knocks him out still, even in his advanced stage. Exactly. A lot of people would probably dispute me in that, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
the
why he's at
standards. I mean,
168.
Canelo's fought everybody, and people still want him to, fight cruiserweights and all that. Tank Davis is the guy that he's supposedly the next face of boxing. Why aren't people pressuring him to fight Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Cepeda? No, he wants to fight Isaac Cruz or weight drain Keith Thurman. I mean, come on. Let's keep it a buck, as they say in the streets. We got Jimmy jumping in here. Just a real quick hello to Jimmy, the Jimmy Marino, before we move on. Jimmy, are you still there?
Oh yeah. What's going on, man?
Oh yeah. All right. Well, listen. Let me just take a phone call here, and then it's very hectic today. We got a lot going on. Let's go to a phone call here real quick. Let's go to 862. 862. You're in the air. 862. What's on your mind?
Hi, BDA. What's up? How you guys doing?
Doing fantastic. Hope you're doing fantastic as well. What's on your mind?
I'm just wondering what body parts Canelo is going to take from Charlo, man. What do you guys think?
Sorry, I didn't understand the first part. Which round is he going to beat him in?
I said, what body part do you think he's going to take from Charlo? What body parts?
Oh, what body parts?
What body parts?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think Canelo's a fucking. You're confusing Canelo with a Chinese organ harvester. I say the liver. I'll go with the easy one. I say the liver.
I also think
you'll go off to the left side.
He's not going to take the liver or probably the left rib. And I don't see it going past 8 or 9. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Really, I don't like Charlo's body language. He doesn't look like he's taking it too seriously, and I think he's giving Canelo too much respect. And I don't know. I think probably he's trying to butter him up, so that Canelo takes it easy and stuff. But I don't think so, man.
So, first of all, why do we call you caller? What's your nickname or a YouTube name?
Oh, my name is Fella.
Fella.
Yeah, my name is Fella.
All right, Fella. And your official prediction is Canelo mid-fight stoppage, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, Canelo between 8 or 9. Brutal body shot, man.
All right, 8-9 body shot. All right, I got you for that. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, body shot stoppage. Yeah, the British guy who's fighting this weekend, that's Jordan Thompson.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, against what's his name? The cruiserweight champion. And yeah, that's also going to be a nice fight. Jordan Thompson, he has fast hands, and he's very lengthy, So I'm looking forward to that one as well. And regarding Benavidez, I think he should probably fight. He should fight Bivol. If he can beat Bivol, then he should call out Canelo with all his chest, or probably challenge what's his name, the other champion, the unified champion.
Beterbiev.
Yeah, he should. He should fight Bivol and Beterbiev, either one of them, and then he should call out Charlo. And then he should call out Canelo. Other than that, man, he should try and work on his own legacy. Canelo is made. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to fight anybody. He can sail into the sunset more like, he's good. Thanks, guys. Very, very lovely show so far. I enjoyed listening to you guys.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate your call. I wrote down your prediction and call back next time, right, man? Take it easy out there.
All right, man. Yeah, good night.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, Omar Sinclair is saying you pronounce the name Opataya. See, I can pronounce that quickly. I'm just going to say onomatopoeia. It's easier. I want to read a couple of super chats here real quick before I forget them. Shout out to Manny G for his contribution with the super chat. He said, BDA, Charlo looked like a fanboy during the face-off. I mean, he kind of looked like he was just happy to be there. But I mean, what do you want people? What do people want from him? Start talking shit when there's no need to? I don't know. But shout out to Manny G. Irish boxing fan says the caller is lying on Canelo's name. I think he was talking about lying legal. Shout out to Irish boxing fan. Shout out to So Passive Live. He said Nigerian lawyer / call scammer. Oh, come on. Come on. He was talking about Lion Legal there. Shout out to Sopazi Live. Shout out to Greg Terrible for his contribution to Super Chat. He says both Charlos really avoid slick/tricky styles. Well, I mean, Jermall fought Kovarov about 5 years ago and almost lost, so maybe that's why they avoid those. Shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the Super Chat. He says Doug Benavides, Yildirim Fielding rematch instead. Yeah, why not? Make Benavides work to stay down in that weight class. That would be motivation. Shout out to Tino Melendez too for his contribution with Super Chat. He says BDA Mauricio Suleiman came out and mandated that the winner of Canelo and Charlo has to fight Benavides in the first half of 2024. Well, there you go. Shout out to all the guys who contributed with the Super Chat. I want to go back to the panel here, and we got the Jim Marino jumping in. Jimmy, you almost escaped prediction time. We're not gonna let you escape now. You're here. Prediction time from the Jim Marino. What's your prediction for the main event this Saturday?
Well, I don't duck the predictions, man. That's why I made sure I made up. But I was busy. I was selling all that stuff I got at Lululemon's last night. But anyways, so no, I'm probably gonna go from probably gonna go Charlo split decision.
Okay. He's going against the grain.
He doesn't even believe me right out of here, John.
I mean, come on.
you know, all right. I'm gonna. I think honestly, this is just gut opinion. I think what's really gonna hamper him is what happens when you get your timing off as a fighter. So you're in there. It's like anything. You play baseball, you can't get the fucking bat around, or hockey field, your legs are sluggish. Everything sucks. When you're a fighter, you can't get your timing down. You're missing your punches. You get fucking frustrated. Yeah, so everything, like all the things you focus on, you don't focus on. I think that's going to happen. I think he's going to get eventually caught. I think he's going to get frustrated because his timing's junk, and then as he's frustrated with the extra weight is going to creep on. And suddenly, whereas back in the day, part of the benefits, he had to kill himself to make 154, but when he swelled up to 165 for the night of the fight, by the 7th, 8th round, his legs were still light. Saturday night, those legs are going to feel like a fucking Chrysler on his back. And I think that's why I think you're going to see a lot of body targeting. Anytime Canelo's close or got him anywhere near ropes, he's going to target the body. And I think in the 7th or 8th round, I think it's going to be a combination of things. I think they'll either because another thing too, remember human nature. Who's his corner? Is it Derek? I mean, what's his name, right? It's Spence's guy, right? Same dude?
Derek James, yeah.
Yes. Remember, Derek James caught a lot of shit about letting Spence take that beating. Like a lot of shit, even by some of the cheerleader press. So I always try to take what's the mindset of the trainer going into, because they read their own press clippings. The last shit being said about Derek James was he don't give a fuck about his fighters. He should have stopped that fight going out of the 7th round. So it was everybody was saying that. So I think he's going to be extra sensitive of not letting, because in his mind, this isn't where he's not fighting 168. Fuck it. He's just here for a check. It'll all come out in the wash. He won't say it out loud, but inside he'll feel it. And that's why I think he'll be quicker to whip a towel than he would if that was a 154 fight for his belts. So I'm saying don't be surprised if we see a fucking corner stoppage while Charlo's getting fucking mauled against the ropes. He might not even have to touch the canvas before his corner calls it. So I just have a gut feeling that's the way it's going to go down. Complete gut feeling.
If Canelo gets into the ropes, it's going to be bad fucking news. I'm telling you all right now. That's bad fucking shit for him. He didn't do well with Castano on the ropes. Yeah, he fought off kind of here and there. But Canelo's not going to attack him the same way every time. That's not going to be good. And if Canelo actually starts blasting the body when he gets into the ropes, then when he wants to lay back, that's when you go to the head. And that's when you get knocked out brutally. He kind of did that to Kirkland.
So hold on, Jimmy. What was your official? It's Canelo's stoppage, but which round you said?
I'm thinking probably 8th or 9th. I've been always the round off. I've been like the one right behind it, but I'll go again the 9th. We'll go for lucky nines, but I think it's going to be a combination. You might see the canvas once, so the con will be really on him. But I think that's how it's going to play out. I think first 2 rounds, Charlo's going to feel great. Big, strong ass, right? And then because the nerves suck your energy, and it usually affects you on the back end on your second wind, and so I think that's what's going to happen. I said I think simultaneously the weight, that fucking 20 pounds that he's fighting with, or whatever it is, 14 pounds. But you figure he's been going again for the last 4 or 5 years, maybe longer, fighting probably around 165 the night of a fight. He's going to be in tomorrow night or Saturday night. He's probably going to be weighing around I'd say 180, 175 at least. So that extra weight, he's going to feel it in the pressure, the nerves, and Canelo's punching power is going to get to him. But I have a gut feeling Derek James is going to be super extra protective because of the style. Because basically he was going up. Let's be honest, it was for fucking the money. You mean to tell me? Let's be honest, guys. If all he could get was $1 million, say Canelo was a unified champion at the same level he is.
You don't take this fight. No.
He doesn't take this fight. He doesn't take it. It's not even legacy. I'm not going to weight classes. That's ridiculous. He's going up there because he's getting $10 million. That's life-changing money for him. Pay his house off. Yes.
Let me ask you another prediction. Frank Martin should have lost against Honovician. He didn't. He ducked the Shakur fight, which is Stevenson fight, which is a lot of people are giving him flack for it. Spence looked utterly defenseless against Crawford. If Charlo loses here in this fight, how quickly do you think Ryan Garcia holds ass from that gym? From the Derek James gym?
Right.
Right. I didn't think you were going there. I thought you were going to say something else.
I never even thought of that, but I wouldn't doubt it. I know this. While he was fighting Castiano, whatever his name is, he had to go back and watch the film before he made. There was no in-fight adjustments in that night. They went back and watched the film, and then they went into the next fight. Instead of going tag, 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 and kind of stand there and expect something back at the end of every 3-piece or 2-piece, pop, 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 he stepped to the right. He did some kind of movement. That was in the first fight, is when the fucking Argentinian was catching him. So by him not catching that shot, he stayed fresher, and he was able to put more on the Argentina and take him out. That's what I thought, because I thought he had the ability to do that. That's why I changed my pick in the second fight. Mm-hmm. And I think, but I've never seen him do those. I've never seen a Derek James fighter do an in-fight like things like I've seen Pacquiao. I've seen, so many fighters change their game plan up. Change your stance. All kinds of different things, even slight things we might not notice, but he's changed it in there. So a fighter's changed. Yeah. So, but yes, I think that's how it's going to go down. I think Derek James is going to give him on a short leash. I think to the point where fans might even complain that he stopped the fight early.
Interesting outlook right there.
And again, this is just complete off the gut. You know what I mean? Trying to make it interesting instead of just saying,
but it makes sense.
I got this. I'm trying to get real detailed.
It makes sense. Because like you said, it's gonna be in the back of his mind, like shit, people, or maybe he could double down and say, fuck it, I call the shots. Ain't no one gonna tell me what to do. And he just lets Charlo take a big beating. I don't know. Man.
It's just get Charlo fucking eating fudgicles for the next 6 months.
Come on, man. All right.
I don't understand him for Ryan Garcia. I really don't, because Ryan Garcia is very straight up and down. And he's going to get fucking hit with that style. That doesn't look good to me for him. He's not going to teach him shit. Look what Earl Spence just experienced. He's going to lay in there. He's going to land power. He's going to be right in line to get hit with anything that comes back. That's not good. I don't like that.
I just want to add one more thing too. Who's Charlo's best win? Straight up.
Castaño.
Yeah, Castano. Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
straight up, guys, no bull. How much better is Canelo than Castano?
He's the same thing from the other side. It's stupid. Like I've been trying to relay this. He's like almost kind of the same kind of fighter. Canelo gets underneath you to say, but he doesn't have the volume anymore. And obviously they're different weight.
But what he has though is accurate punches, though, bro. Where Castano is more of a winger, hit you in the arms, hit you if I catch you in the head. You know what I mean? Just he's gonna maul you, come forward, but you don't see anything different. By the first round to the 8th round, the same cadence, the same stutter step, everything's the same with that kid. Canelo will do a couple of things different. He'll come at you a little different angle. He'll put his weight over his front foot a little bit more. He'll try to entice you to come in. Like he's a master of few movements. What few movements he uses, he's great at them. He's very hard to hit from the waist up. And I'm just saying, because Canelo hits so much harder. So much harder. So much more accurate.
He changed the style of how he hits, though. He's really has. Like, he's palming down his hooks. Like, he's done a good job in that. Like, where he's maximizing his power. So
because of his size, he gets tired easier. Exactly, because he's putting on a lot of weight. At 154, he's more of a boxer puncher. Now he's kind of more of a stalking, hard counter puncher.
What got Castaño knocked out on the second fight, or what contributed to that, was that he had the sense of urgency that he had to leave it out of the judges' hands. So he was constantly coming forward. And what Charlo did was basically, okay, you're gonna come at me, I'm gonna step back and I'm gonna run you into something. And that's what happened. He had him doing all the work. I don't think Canelo's gonna necessarily he's gonna go like that, like, oh man, behind the cards, I have the one that has to prove myself or anything. But yeah, that's just my thinking.
We gotta go to a phone call here.
Watch his face. I was gonna say, watch Charlo's eyes. The first crack he gets, just look at his eyes. You'll see it. The eyes never lie, Chico.
That's right. Hey, we got a phone call here. We got 619. 619, you're on the air. 619. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Jose again.
Oh, Jose, what's up, man?
Yo, Jose.
Yeah, I forgot. What's up? I forgot to talk about something, man. I've been buying the last pay-per-views, man, for I don't know how long I can remember, man. All the Canelo fights. I was just remembering I bought the last Regis Prograis versus Cepeda fight. And what do you guys think? Is the fight gonna live up to the hype? Because lately I've been noticing like it's not enough to pick who's gonna win and who's gonna lose. Is the fight gonna live up to the hype? You know, I'm more concerned about that. You know, because it's like fucking like for example, what's the fight? Gonzalez versus Venado was a good fight, but I was expecting something similar. I thought Valdez versus Navarrete was more exciting, and for example, Canelo versus Triple G. Do you guys consider those fights have been lived up to the hype? Because if you're spending your harder money, you should expect for it to be a good fight, don't you think?
That's a good point.
I would say
I missed a lot of that.
I would say the whole card's pretty solid way. So I think this pay-per-view might be worth it just because they structured this card pretty solid. If they did more like this, I think boxing would do better. Because I think up and down the card's pretty decent.
That's a complete card.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I don't think it's going to be a type of fight you would save in your DVR to watch again. I think it's going to be kind of, I'm just being honest, it's not going to be an exciting, back and forth fight. Charlo's going to be on his bike, going away from his power hand, staying up on his toes and his length, trying to avoid the ropes at all cost. So all he's going to try to do is move him, try to get the older guy, not older guy, more of a sharp one, if you'd say, because the 60 fights, try to get just more work against his body. Because remember, the narrative on the fucking boxing everywhere, Twitter, it's he's not the same Canelo. I don't know how you really rate that after seeing what he did to Ryder. But, people say what they say. But so I think it's not going to be an exciting fight. And I think it's just going to be a matter of once Canelo catches him, whatever round it is, really rings his bell, I think Derek is going to have hawk eyes on him, waiting for the first sign that he thinks his boy's in trouble, and he's going to wing the towel.
Whoa!
Yeah, I don't think Charlo is going to bitch out. So it'll be exciting in the sense that it's a better matchup even though it could play out pressure against counter or counter versus counter puncher, it's much better than pressure / counter and Canelo fighting a boxer. Because even though there's going to be less exchanges, the exchanges are going to be hard. Because Charlo is a sharp puncher. He's a sharp puncher. So when he does throw, it'll keep the audience at the edge of their seat. As opposed to contrary to like when people are throwing a lot of punches, but they don't got no pop like Venado Lopez, it gets a little boring.
I think we might see Canelo revert.
Not Canelo, Joet. I mean, Joet.
I hear you. I think we might see Charlo revert to boxing initially, though, to try to steal some rounds. And then you'll see Canelo kind of make the adjustment, in my opinion, that he made in a Lara fight when he was kind of getting beat to the punch. And he's like, all right, I'm angling this guy to the ropes. What do I do now? Hit him to the body. And that's why I think he might, if he's smart, he should do that immediately. If he starts seeing him like step away from him, he's like, and he's fleet-footed, it's like, and he feels like he has to reach. Once you quarter him, don't worry about the head. It's early. Tear the body to fucking pieces. You know, he'll get exactly what he wants eventually. That's exactly why I think he's going to hurt him really bad. I think if Charlo gets on his bike, he's going to force Canelo to try to take his legs from him. And then you'll see him eventually come over the top. And everybody knows, like, when somebody punches you to the body for like 4 to 5 rounds, you're not going to be ready for the one shot that comes over the top. He's programming you.
Yeah, I mean,
Canelo's good with his uppercuts. He's got.
Hold on.
Yo, BDA.
Go BDA.
Yes, Jose. Yes, finish your point, Jose, and then we got to move on, man.
Yeah, I just want to add something. So I only say that because I personally I bought all those fights, Canelo versus Triple G3, and I enjoy boxing, man. I liked the fight at the time, no problem. It's only after a while that you keep hearing, that Canelo sucked. It's everybody's saying that. I'm just going by what the people say. Me, I liked all the fights. So and they're saying Canelo's slipping. So okay, so which one is it? If that happens, if that happens, I forgot what I was gonna finish it off with, but that's just my take for now, man. Because
listen, I'll say this, man. You're right about the paper. We haven't had a fight of the year main event. I mean, Nady versus Havonisin. I got good
ideas, man. You gotta take my points and make him into and you can make a whole show with them.
That's very humble of you, Jose. Very humble of you. Yeah, man. You got some fantastic ideas. But I'll say this, man.
Well, I'm telling you. Think about it, man. You think about it for a minute.
Well, I am thinking about it. That's why I'm answering your point there, that you're right. There haven't been that many fights on pay-per-view that you go, wow, I want to, like, for example, Crawford Spence, just because it was such a domination.
And you know why I say that, BDA?
What is that?
Because it's a toss-up, man. I bought fights.
Let him respond.
No, go ahead, Jose.
Okay,
go ahead, because then go ahead, Jose, because then we're running out of time.
No, I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I'm just saying because it's a toss-up. I bought many fights where it's been like 50-50, or I don't know, maybe less, that I've actually that lived up to the hype. So it's like you don't know anymore. You know what I mean?
Exactly. No, you're right. But I mean, it's up to you, man. If you want to buy it, you want to buy it.
Okay, that's a great point. It's going to be a great card, but okay, they're that's why they're doing that. But who cares about the card? Everybody wants to see Canelo, man. They're the main event.
That's right. No, you're absolutely right. We'll see. I mean, it's a fight in a guy coming up. Most people aren't expecting a good fight. I'm expecting it's going to be somewhat spicy. So I do think it's worth the price of admission, especially with the undercard in
that's what I meant. Okay, because if it isn't, like you say, it's spicy, whose fault is it going to be? Is it because Canelo? Is it because Canelo's getting older? Is it because Canelo has too many wear and tears? Because you know what I mean? Did he get old overnight? Which one is it?
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll know more after the fight. We'll know more after the fight. We'll be able to answer that with somewhat determination. All right, thank you for your call, Jose.
You're asking a lot of questions. And
no, hold on.
That it hasn't happened yet.
Hold on. Okay, Jose, your prediction is Canelo KO round 7. I got you down for that one. So take it easy. Thank you for your call, Jose. Call back next, all right, man? All right, take it easy, man. Enjoy the fight.
See you later, Jose.
All right, I got to bring this up before we go. We're running out of time here. Jimmy, we've talked about it before, behind the scenes and all that. I analyze the fights. I bring up the footage. I rewatch fights time and time again. And then I'm undecided. I can see the underdog pulling off the win. A bunch of callers changed my mind. Initially, I was going to go with Canelo by unanimous decision, and people convinced me to go for Canelo stoppage. Is that a good idea or is that a bad idea?
I think it's a good idea.
I'm the other way around, PDA. I'm the opposite as you. I was thinking because Canelo's got the puncher approach, but then Charlo, he's a difficult fighter, but he can also be a tough fighter. So he can switch between getting on the back foot, utilizing the jab, and also he got enough power to like have Canelo not just coming in like whatever. Like he put some respect on his punches to where Canelo's gonna think. So that's gonna slow the pace down of the rounds of the exchanges. So I'm going distance, but I think Canelo drops him.
Yeah, and if Canelo's got to make sure, because Canelo sometimes will throw his body shot from pretty much distance, because what he'll usually do is he'll get you thinking head. He'll either couple of jabs, then he'll feint like he's going to throw to the head, then that's when he whips to the body. The problem is because of Charlo's length, one of his best punches is uppercut. That could be dangerous for to Canelo to start at the body. I would tell him, the kid's fresh, don't lead off with no body shit, because you'll be, there for the uppercut. Throw your bodies at the end of your punches. A 1-2, or a feint shot to the head, then to the body. You know what I mean? But don't do nothing, because even with Plant, he didn't fear what was coming back at him. So a couple of times he took a risky go straight to the body, but not even a straight punch like where you're stretching your body out, but like kind of in close instead of going to the head. You just kind of bend down a little on your left knee and then snap it to his liver with your left hand. But if you do that from too far away with a guy at his length, he could catch, and his uppercut is excellent. So that would be the punch if he was to hurt Canelo, be with that one of his uppercuts that he almost took Lubin's head off. Mm-hmm. Was it him with his brother? I don't know, but I know one of them did.
Hit him with the fall, though. It wasn't even a clean shot. And then not to interrupt you, Jamie. I'm sorry about that. But if you looked how he hit him, he kind of cuffed him. It's kind of how Roy Jones dropped Calzaghe. He cuffed him.
Sometimes those things that don't look like they catch you clean, what it is, they catch you just on the chin enough. And if you guys go back and I'll tell you the exact time when that fight was lost for Spence. It was at the 148 mark of the second round. I think it was, just Al Bernstein noticed it. He's the one who said something. He said, Ooh, Crawford caught him with a good right hand there at the end, but something kind of happened after when the camera panned around Spence's face. That's when he started with the wide open eyes and blinking. So when a guy starts blinking, the reason why someone will start blinking because when you get hit to the head, you get foggy or the white flash, and all of a sudden you blink because you're trying to get your focus in.
I'm about to say that he's refocusing.
Exactly. You're trying to get your refocusing. So that's when you know someone's kind of hurt, when you start seeing them blink a lot, because now their brain squirreled and they're seeing 4 or 5 of you. So they're blinking, trying to get their focus back, and you could see him start. He did like a 4 blink quick, and then his eyes got wide. So it was like whoa, and just the way he walked, and when he stood up at the end of the round, and when he got out of his fight stance and went to his normal weight stance, he stumbled a little, and that was a good 45 seconds after that punch caught him, and I knew, I'm like, ooh, he hurt him big time with that shot, and that was it. After that, Spence, he was slow. His coordination was off. He kept clapping up his, touching up his feet together when he was moving over. Instead of dragging his foot and keeping the same spacing, he was like touching him. You never do that. In fact, that the second knockdown when Crawford kind of doubled up with that right cross and sent him, if you look, one of the reasons he went down the way he did, because his feet came together. It's like you just come up to anybody in your house, put your feet your shoulder width apart and stand up. Just look at somebody and say, okay, push me, give me like a half a shove, right? Now put your feet together and have somebody do the same thing. You go flying across the room.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? So now if you're catching a shot in the head and you're already a little goofy, your feet together, a terrible idea. And you see why. I mean, literally, that's why he kind of like flew through the air. So that's what I'm saying. That's why with Charlo, you just want to fucking watch that first shot. The first shot, you see Charlo start blinking, then you're going to know that's when Canelo's going to jump on him.
The reason I'm going the distance now too, also because I've seen too many fights. This is just my opinion. When you have a counter puncher, I'm just gonna say, okay, Charlo's gonna have the counter puncher approach. Then you got a pressure fighter because I think Canelo will have the pressure fighter approach in this fight. Where it goes the distance. Remember Manny Pacquiao versus Marcus. Marcus the counter puncher, and yes, Pacquiao pressure fighter ambush. Throws a lot of punches in and out. That's exerting pressure. How many fights did they have before Marcus got the knockdown? That was 4 fights. Charlo Castano won. Canelo Jacobs, right? And also, Charlo could have the counter puncher approach, but then if push comes to shove, hey, he can get on the back foot because people think he's a slippery fighter. No, he's really not. Could he resort to it like his brother did against Debriachenko? Probably, if he needed to, against a shorter guy like Canelo, where he needs to extend the jab, keep it on the outside, move the legs. If it's a game plan he's been training to execute prior to this fight.
So now
you can switch from those two.
You're just confusing me now, man, because I agree with everything you're saying, too. So here's my thing. Charlo is well-conditioned. He's tough. He moves around. He's got good footwork. I think he's got the type of footwork, like Gonzalo said, to move around and make it the distance. But then again, I said the same thing about Fulton Inoue, and that ended up in a stoppage. Same thing with Crawford Spence.
Well, the difference here, BDA, the difference here, this is the difference, BDA. Charlo got power. Charlo can dial down the pace by throwing with power to where even though Canelo wants to come in and put pressure, maybe and throw 2-3 punches, Charlo can react and throw 2-3 punches too. And maybe if he catches Canelo with a stiff punch, Canelo's going to think about darting in and chasing you like he was chasing the non-punchers and Billy Joe Saunders and Caleb Plant. This is the difference. That's why the pace gets dialed down to a strategical type of thing. But then let's say he gets hurt. Let's say Charlo gets hurt. Okay, then maybe he can fucking change the whole game plan and start moving on the legs. All the while, he still got power, though.
I don't know. I agree with you. I think your tactical analysis is actually pretty good. But I just don't know how Charlo's going to wear punches from Canelo. And then we don't know how... we kind of don't know how... we pretty much don't know what Charlo's going to do. Or rather, how do I put fucking hell?
Because remember, Scooter don't got no power. Inoue does. That's a difference. The guys that got no power, it's basically cat and mouse. I'm gonna chase you until I get you, and that takes time too. But when you have a kind of like you're a stiff counter puncher, that's gonna keep Canelo not from like chasing you like just because. He's gonna have to think about it. It's more cerebral. So the time is ticking, the clock is winding down. And that's what makes it interesting, and it makes it a good fight, but it slows down the pace.
And I just got to say this, unless his chin is weakened or the age has gotten to him, he chased down Canelo, Triple G in the second fight. He went right at Triple G. And Triple G hits harder than fucking Charlo, a lot harder. And I saw that fucking redhead take those punches, including that 10th round shot. So, yes, you're 100% right, Gonzalo. He does have power, but even though he's made a little taller, Canelo's got to let him he's got to feel his strength. If anybody's wrestled him, what's his name's talked about it, just like fucking around with him, even sparring him. He says when you're trying to get on top and move him around, Mario Lopez, when he's on with Steve, he's like, holy shit, it's like grabbing a fire plug. Like you realize how sturdy this dude is. Like he's solid as a motherfucker. Yeah. Right. And I think he's got to make him feel that. Like really like fucking push into him and shit. Like just like you're up in the big league now, dude. Like the best you've ever fought is Castino or the dude from Argentina. I got 60 fucking professional fights, and I'm the reason why you're getting $10 million because you're in against me. And like he's got to make that kid fucking like almost the way Beterbiev treated goes. I can never. The other kid needs to buy a vowel. Fucking who just came back. Yeah, exactly. Him. He just treated him like a fucking junior. Like, remember me? Yeah, you were the little kid when we started this shit back in the gym in Russia, which you heard the stories, right? No, that's how that went down, that relationship. He was the young kid in the gym, and he was treated that way.
No, but you said
it better be never really respected him.
Yeah, but you said he treated him like a Jew. You stopped on the Jew part. I was like, well, what's going on?
No, like a junior, like a junior.
Yeah, but what are you trying to tell us?
It's like a good pro fighting a junior AAU boxer.
What's going on today? Today's episode has been quite hectic, very insane. Listen,
I say the tribe.
and you know the first clips that you were showing, BDA, and it kind of got you thinking too. You were raising some questions. The speed. Mm-hmm. The Charlo gonna have the speed advantage, so it must not feel good if you go in and you lose an exchange. And although Canelo hit harder, then you get hit first, then you don't want to continue getting hit like that. So you gotta like reset or go for the kill if you're Canelo. What are you gonna do? You're losing the exchanges because you're getting tagged first. Are you gonna say fuck it? I'm gonna walk you down anyways, or are you gonna try to box Charlo
and try to beat him
at
that? You know he's not gonna do that though. You know he's not going to walk him down after he loses the exchange and try to get up in his chest. You know he's not going to do that. He can't. He couldn't do that with Castano.
I would disagree with you there. You know why?
Why?
Because if you've taken the punch already and you're already in place to counter back, why would you want to go and reset and not try to follow up with what you already did? If you can take the punch, just continue. You're already on the dude. It's like when Golovkin caught that one dude. Remember that one dude he knocked out when he took the punch and still landed back at him? I forget his name. I think he was a Jew, actually.
I understand that. I get what you're saying. I thought you were talking about like losing exchange and then Charlo's gonna like walk back down on Canelo. I'm like, I don't see that at all. I don't think I think if he loses an exchange, he actually is gonna back up. He's looking to get out. But I understand.
Oh yeah, Charlie, yes. I think you misunderstood me.
I did. I think I did. I'm sorry, buddy.
Well, I tell you,
you're a fool.
Okay, well, Jimmy, are you liable to change your mind about Charlo going the distance after the win? Like, if you see that he's not that bulky or whatever, because I mean he's a long guy, wide frame. How much muscle are you expecting to put? Yeah.
He's got a Mesomorph 40 style. He's got small joints. Like Charlo with a T-shirt on doesn't look that big. Like if you saw him, you would even think, wow, he must have a big head because it doesn't look that big. But it's deceptive because with the black skin, it's like a good tan. So that's why you can see muscles so much easier on that's well, think about it. The white bodybuilders, what do? We paint ourselves brown as we can. Like spend the first hour before you get up on this thing when they paint that brown paint on yourself because it creates shadows. And your muscle bellies look rounder. So if you have small joints, like Charlo with his shirt off, looks like, I mean, put it this way, he could be a great bodybuilder if he really got into he just has the frame for it. So that doesn't necessarily mean he's powerful.
Right.
In his punches. You know what I'm saying?
He would have been powerful at
145. I would look at Canelo and I'd say, oh yeah, look at the fucking wrist joint on that kid. Look at his legs, his neck.
Look at his hands.
His hands. That fucking dude hits hard. I'm like, I wouldn't have to. Yeah, I wouldn't have to even see that kid punch to tell you right now, side by side. Like, I would rather get fucking punched by fucking Charlo than the fucking Ginger, without a doubt. So
he kind of has like a swimmer build. He's white at the shoulder. And probably got like a narrow waist. And I kind of disagree. Some people think that a narrow waist is bad, but remember MIL Griffith? He had like a narrow waist, wide shoulders. You can generate power too because you can contort. You can contort your body. You can coil you can turn your shoulders over where you can have a lot of spin on your torso. In other words,
a narrow waist is nothing wrong with that. That's excellent. So like what you just said, yeah, no, it's so when someone has a narrow neck and narrow calves and fucking skinny wrists, they almost never punch hard.
By the way, unfortunately, I had to time somebody out. The first time we've timed out somebody in years. But I mean, there's what you can pretty much say whatever you want in the chat, but you can't spam, fellas. So, Jassy Jeff, whatever his name is, you gotta stop spamming, man, please. You know what though? In terms of I understand what Jimmy's going with. I don't know. I guess I listen. I'll wait. I'll ruminate a little bit more, but I'm not gonna ruminate too much. Not too much, because that's how I've gotten predictions wrong. I don't know, man. I'm gonna stick for stoppage for the moment. But if Gonzalo talks me out of it before the fight, maybe I'll switch predictions again. Be that as it may, yes. Somebody was gonna say something.
No, I was just breathing. Sorry about that. I lifted up something, but I agree, dude. I wouldn't even worry about it. Go with your gut feeling. Although this really isn't so much my gut feeling. I just wanted to give. It kind of is too. I think, but I'm talking about Derek James and I'm trying to give like all kinds of detail. Fuck it. It's like we're not putting money on this. Like
Jimmy,
and I don't give a shit what anybody says. This panel has crushed it on predictions. We very seldom get them wrong. So I'm not going to I'm not going to hang myself after if I get it wrong. I'm just going to go with that. That's going to be my prediction. I think,
Jimmy,
what's his name's going to have to save his boy's life.
Yeah, because I mean, the other factor that I'm looking at here, because I had brought up the fact that Jacobs was able to go the distance, Canelo couldn't stop him, but then Gonzalo said, "Yeah, but Jacobs is stronger, and he'd been
much stronger,
and he'd prepared by fighting the best puncher in the world against, or one of the best punchers in the world against Golovkin, so he was prepared. Meanwhile, and he was very active. Meanwhile, Charlo has only had 3 fights in the last 3 years. Canelo has had 7." In the last 3 years, so I think crazy. You're right, man. I think if Gonzalo, Gonzalo, I think that's the point there.
He's coming up 2 weight classes, going against fucking one of the. Yeah, dude. Put it this way: if that was to happen, I would honestly look distant going to distance, right? Unless it's a go the distance, a one-sided beating, like it's not even no question going into the thing like Canelo won. I would almost like say, yeah, maybe he is slipping. Because I really just think they're on levels. And then you added what you just said, that key thing, that inactivity. His timing is not going to be right. It just isn't. No way you're going to come in after 15 fucking months. Listen, the reason why Andre Ward, when he said, I'll take the Canelo, the Ward fight, remember that was a big deal. The Kovalev fight. But he needed 2 warm-ups. Because he said, I've been out of the ring too long. He's like, I need at least 2 warm-ups, maybe 3. It wasn't until he went into the second warm-up, he said, no, I'll be good with 2. He's smart and actually, he's like, no fucking way. I've only fought once in a year and a half. I'm not going to fight Kovalev. So I need at least 2 warm-ups.
Yeah,
that's what Charlo should have done.
Your timing
Get a couple of fights. Wicked off. It's going to be wicked off. I don't give a fuck with him. You can't spy your way into fight timing. You can't.
Well, Gonzalo, what about the timing thing and the inactivity? I mean, the inactivity is going to affect his timing, right?
I can't really speak on that because I don't know for sure. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, generally that's the rule. Yeah, you can't go from sparring to like not fighting, but all of a sudden fighting and landing your shots like if you were fighting 2-3 times a year. Yeah, but I get that part. But he's still a accurate puncher, so that's what he works on at the gym. But I'm just thinking, man, that's just. I mean,
athleticism will help him too. His naturally athletic. So, but my thing with this, when you're fighting a lot, not only you get punch calluses, but it's so much more instinctive. Like boxing's that sport. You cannot think. The reason why, some of the times you're fighting, and you don't even like this fight's. I mean, Ward said it, or my buddy Mickey Ward. Then his fucking Toro Gotti. Like he said straight up, I fought that whole 9th round. Like he had to watch it on the fight. He's like, no shit. Like he's had no memory of it. He was out on his feet, but the fight because it's instinctive because you've been doing it so long and you're doing it on the regular. It's become
it's
like
a great point, Jimmy. But in other words, it's not the end all be all. That's just one
it's
angle
just
to look at it.
It's just another building block. To me, I look at it like I had building blocks. Inactivity. He's coming up 2 weight classes. He's fighting Canelo Alvarez. The magnitude of this fight, he's never even had anything close to that. Right? Canelo's going to be the fucking favorite.
Relatively inactive, to put it.
So all those things, you add up all those timing blocks. He's never fought anybody like Canelo who's as quick as him, because you don't realize how quick he is. He gets his punches on you. So quick, like even though it doesn't look like his hand speed's quick, but his movement's quick. It's bang, he's in there and he catches you, and he's very good at disrupting people's He doesn't like he never let Triple G except in the first fight. In the second fight, he never let him get him in his rhythm. That's what made that fight so much closer.
The
And
second
he's
fight was the
excellent at
street
that.
fight. The
Yeah,
second fight was the street
because
fight. They really fought it out.
Because Triple G's very, very leg centric. Like his feet have to be in the same position, a perfect position to get his combos off the way he practices them. And he's just that type of dude. A lot of Russians are like that. And the Eastern guys are very stand up and very. He's got excellent technique, but it has to be done in a certain order with him, or he has to reset.
That's actually kind of funny you say that because what we were talking about earlier, BDA was talking about when he was doing his breakdown. This is before I was on. They're talking about how Charlo likes to roll shots and he goes in the direction when the punches are going, right? You know how bad that would be with somebody like Triple G who gets you in the direction and he re-punches? Like eventually when you stand up, he's going to be re-going into his combination versus because you see how those guys swing. We actually seen it in a couple of his fights where when he overswings, he'll shift. There's not a lot of guys that will do that. Like, oh, I missed. Now I'm going to come back the other way, and they'll almost miss on purpose to put themselves back on track. That's kind of scary.
I just want to add one more thing too, and I know this might piss some people off, but it is what it is. It's my opinion. I think his resume is weak as fuck. Just to be straight up. I just do. He's a unified champion. I think he's got. Dude, he fought John Jackson. Think about this, guys. The guy he fought to get one of his belts. The dude he fought next was 0-12 or something. He retired right after. Like he got out of boxing. He was a chef actually, but this dude was kind of like an unknown. It was only because who his father was, Julian Jackson, that he had, the WBC kind of helped him up in the rankings. That was for a vacant belt. The kid was from the Caribbean. Wow. I don't know if you remember him. He retired. Yeah, he was a complete nobody.
I think he's in jail now, by the way.
Nobody. What's that?
It's like how Wilder fought.
I think he's in jail now. I think he's in jail.
Oh, is he? Oh, no shit. And then
some sort of sexual crime.
Then the banana dude got found out. I mean, that dude is just trash. Let's be honest.
Can I say something?
He got found out. That was the other belt. So
yeah, you're right, Jimmy.
There was one good fight is Castano. What's that?
You're right, man. That I've said it before. Is like he's been outboxed by guys that aren't as good as Canelo. So we'll see, man.
And he's always been in charge in the ring. He's always been the ring general. He's been the favorite. He goes into it with a confidence. It's his rhythm that he gets into. Nobody other than Castano really kind of made him uncomfortable. He just went in when he went against a boxer with Harrison, but come on, Harrison.
I was about to say Harrison. Even Harrison had him on the ropes for a little bit. That's kind of weird, and he doesn't really have a whole lot of punching power. So that means he
very little punching power. Probably the least punching fucking 154 pounder. I just
look at his. So that means he positioned him there.
I want to say this, man. Charlo's run at 154. We give him credit because he beat those guys. He earned the belts. If you're into that type of stuff, the belts. But it's true. You look at the context. Harrison outboxed him the first fight. He was outworking him the second fight. Castaño beat him the first time. So yeah, Charlo gets the revenge. I think the Castaño fight is the first one where he stopped the guy and he was ahead in the. Well, actually, that Rosario fight too. But the Harrison fight, that's the one where I look at those and I go, he was losing that fight. It's his power bailed him out. Against Banana Rosario, he was ahead, but it was a tough fight, and boom, he took him out. I mean, the power has a lot to do with it. So if he doesn't have the power advantage in this one, it's gonna be all skills. It's his skills and timing are gonna have to get it done. So I don't know, but I also want to bring something up here.
Okay, how about this? Can we stop right there? Does Harrison have better skills than Canelo?
No,
comparable.
He's a better boxer.
And he's in a lot of motherfucking trouble.
Well, he's a better traditional boxer, like you would say, stand up, jab, right? Like Canelo has a different fighting style, but the style he does have, he's the best in the world at what he does. He's got a very unique style. You know what I mean? And a lot of the stuff he does. And I'm just saying, when you add up all that stuff, you look at Canelo's, the resume, he fought Mayweather when he was 23 years old, for Christ's sakes. Yes, it was kind of one-sided, but against Kovalev, Triple G 3 times. He's been in there against great punches, guys who can move, world-class fighters. Fucking Jamel Charlo's fought John Jackson, Rosario, Harrison, and the Argentina kid. in a lot of these fights, he's losing.
Yeah, well, I'm about to say that.
And he's still always the guy running the fucking show in there because he's the favorite, the house fighter. You know, he's got all the confidence in the world. He's coming in. He's not the house fighter. He's somebody. He's the underdog, big time. If Canelo's even 85% of himself, I think he's going to stop him.
I agree. Harrison just don't have a whole lot of pop to him, and then he managed to control a whole lot of those 2 fights from Canelo, and a lot of people don't want to give him the credit for that. I'm sorry, Charlo, rather. Yeah. Nobody wants to give him credit though.
He got his punches off first. And at the end of the day, have you ever seen Charlo really in like slug matches?
But look at the reaction he had to them. He didn't like eat them and like walk through them.
Oh yeah, no, he didn't walk through like this is nothing. Like remember Triple G against Brook? He literally got taken off his feet with that Brook uppercut. And then he just like kind of smirked at him like, oh, and Brook went back to the corner and went, God damn. I fucking hit that kid as hard as I've ever hit anybody, and he didn't even flinch. So takes so much out of you. I just think it's kind of you add in soft resume, inactive, going up 2 weight classes, never fought anybody as good as Canelo, can punch as hard as Canelo, as defensive as Canelo, the magnitude of the fight. I just think you add all those pieces in. I don't see how this fight. It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be a barn burner by no means.
Can I pose a question real quick? I know BDA.
I think it might be more of a hunting trip.
I know BDA wants to close this down, but can I pose a question real quick? What would the odds need to be at for you guys to bet on Charlo? Like, do you need 10-1, 20-1? Do you need to get back to where Mike Tyson was against Douglas? You know, like how far does it need to get to where, like, in your mind, where this becomes a viable bet?
What is it at now?
I have no idea. I'm asking you.
The odds. I'm looking at the odds right now from DraftKings, which I think is a popular gambling website. Canelo is He's a minus 400, so it's 4-1. 4-1 favorite.
Yikes! So this has a lot to do with Charlo and Derek James' approach. It's going to be strategy. I agree, Jimmy. But it would be pretty foolish that you're going up to face Canelo to go out there and try to knock him out. So he's not going to take the whole John Ryder approach. I'm not going to go toe-to-toe with you because obviously that would be foolish in my opinion. So with that being said, you do want to exchange with Canelo, but keep it to a minimum. 2-3 punch combination and hightail it out of there. That's what I'm thinking. And if you're smart, you stick to that game plan and the fight goes rounds. The fight goes rounds because you're the longer leg fighter. You got the longer limbs. You probably got the quicker jab and you got some stiffness to your punches. So with that being said, you keep Canelo just a little bit honest to where you just don't want to dart in there. And like I said, that dials down the pace.
And he said that a bunch of times. Charlo recently, the last 2 or 3 times he's talking about, he's mentioned that Canelo has always looked his worst when he's fought somebody who moves because he gets frustrated and he makes mistakes. That's been his most. So I think in taking that and what you just said, clearly that's what you want to do. Out at the end of your jab, punch between his punches, try to get his timing down. The thing is, Canelo's a man of few movements. He'll do a couple of things with his shoulders, a couple little dips, but he doesn't get into moving his hands around. He doesn't get into the same timing rhythm with his hands. Kind of changes it up a little, so he's hard to hit clean.
Yeah, but the guys he's referring to, Jimmy, I'm sorry to interrupt you, don't fight anything like that. They're referring to Lara, and guys of that nature. It's no. It's this, you don't fight like Lara. This is bad for him. He's kind of stuck in the mud. He has to plant his feet to land power. He is not on the move. He is not Beevil. He can't punch.
He can plant his feet, but you'll see him doing the ass out thing. The plant punch. It looked like he's throwing a power punch, but in actuality, at the same time he's throwing his punch over, he's kind of pulling his body away.
I know, but
so he's
Canelo
getting out of there.
Out. And the
No, I
other
know.
guy is that,
But my point is, I don't think he's going to put his weight up over his front foot in the first 4 or 5 rounds.
All right, listen, fellas.
I'm talking about Charlo, not Canelo.
Fellas, we gotta go. We're close to. We've been here for 4 hours.
Oh, shit! I didn't know I came on that late, guys. Sorry. All right.
No, but hold on.
Sorry
before we
that,
go,
brother.
don't apologize. You didn't know. Before we go, though, Chief, you gotta give us your prediction, man, for the fight, Canelo Charlo.
I'm gonna go with Canelo. Lopsided decision.
Canelo lopsided.
I want to say
decision.
knockout, but I've never seen Charlo hurt enough to think that he could possibly not know how to protect himself enough to not go the distance, even though he's never fought at this weight before. And Canelo against world class level really doesn't knock a lot of guys out. He knocks some, but he's not a devastating puncher at when on the quote unquote elite. So I'm gonna one-sided decision.
There you go. I wrote down that prediction. I will say this. I forgot to say this real quick. In the press conference, Charlo actually mentioned, they asked him about the inactivity. He goes, man, I'm always at the gym, so I'm always staying sharp. You know, you always get rid of you always get rid
same
of the...
Same thing Spence said, same thing Fulton said.
He said,
how did that work out? And what's the first thing they said? Oh, my timing was way off. I just couldn't get my timing down. You think?
Yeah, he said, you always get the ring rust out the first couple of weeks of training. And I'm thinking, you know, that's why when people say, well, a professional fighter said this.
There would be no such thing as ring rust. If that's all you had to do to get rid of ring rust, is just your first 2 weeks of work. And then that saying that, you know, been around for 100 years wouldn't be a thing. They call it ring rust because when you don't fight enough, like, I've been out of the ring a while. I don't have my punch calluses. I don't have my timing. Because it's different. When you're sparring, you know that dude, especially when you're a champion. If you go to all right, put it this way. If I was to go sparring in the Tijuana gym, anybody in there is going to try to take my head off. Because it's just it's the culture. There's white kid coming down from like the United States. Let's fucking show him what's up. But when you're a world champion and you got motherfuckers you're paying to come spar you, they want the work, dude. They want that money. If they feel you're trying to take out their champion, trying to get a fucking put him on his ass, they're gonna kick you the fuck out of there. You're trying to give the guy work, so it's still not the same. You got headgear on, night and day. It's just you don't get you. It's any professional sport. You can take as many reps as you want in football until a game day. You don't get that game speed. It's just different.
It is different. And Jimmy, one thing to top that off is the fact that when they're in the gym constantly, they're not always sparring. They're hitting the bag, they're jumping the rope, and these are timing exercises, but the bag doesn't punch back. The rope doesn't throw a punch at all. You know, when you're doing your foot drills, there's nobody chasing you. There's no one cutting the ring off. So I'm sure he has timing exercises that he does that he stays on top of and keeps him sharp to an extent. But when that
can I ask this real quick? Does anybody know who he's got the spot for him? Let me just ask you guys that. Maybe somebody can tell me. It's important. Who did Canelo get for sparring? Does anybody know? I mean, Charlo. Because who did he get to replicate the way Canelo fights and the things he does?
Who did he get to
Probably should have hired Castano, but made him fight fucking right-handed. Because that would have been close enough, but he...
That's not good enough.
Yeah,
taking a natural southpaw and making him fight. Who's not
some people were saying too. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, man. Listen, we're gonna be. Somebody's saying to keep up the shows this week. Soul Passive Life says, please go live tomorrow. It's been a good fight week. We'll try. Definitely gonna try to do the open lines on Friday after the weigh-in, and maybe a countdown show where we just leave the lines open. And anybody can jump in on the Discord. So make sure to join the Discord. Make sure to join the BDA Discord. I believe that the link is in the description of this episode. So make sure you go ahead. Yes. Hit the like. Hit the like. Always helps us out. And that's about it.
Yeah. Well, one more thing I want to mention too. Also, I do believe that Charlo has power and he can be play the counter puncher role. And if he needed to get on his legs and pop out the jab, he can also do that. But also an extra incentive that Charlo, if he goes in there and fights to survive, it's very easy to fight and survive. I'm talking about he just gets on the back foot and says, I got nothing to lose. I'm the 154-pound champion going up in weight. It could be perceived that if I win the distance, it's a win for me.
Moral victory.
And he's kind of saving face. That's also, he can very well do that. The fight will even suck more, but he can really do that and take that approach as well.
100% agree.
Knowing one more thing, knowing that you cannot knock out Canelo, if push comes to shove, I would just rather do that. 8-9 round, get on the fucking back foot like Tito Trinidad did against Oscar De La Hoya.
Yep. A moral victory.
Or was it the other way around? Was it De La Hoya against Trinidad?
Remember, the guy he knocked out who slapped his brother, and no matter what, it's still his brother. It's his twin. I'm sure he hates Plant as much as his brother for slapping his brother. Canelo knocked Plant out. So, like you said, at the end of the day, if he goes the distance, fuck you. Next time he's on Twitter having going at it with him. Yeah, at least I didn't get knocked out. You know what I mean? Like, it's a moral victory. Right. That's all. But I think it's imperative that his legs will get heavy coming up in those all that extra weight, and eventually he's got to get him near the ropes like he did with Plant.
It'll be dependent on how much he rehydrates.
What you said about the Chrysler, his legs are going to feel like a Chrysler, Jimmy. But really, Charlo is only weighing 154 every time he fights, which is once a year. Every other day, aside from that night, he's weighing at a higher weight. So he's carrying the weight functionally.
He's walking around probably 180, 185, maybe up to 190, the way his shoulders are built, although I've never seen his thighs. But when he fights, when he's in fight shape, it's always been boiled down to that weight. His speed, everything is probably comes in at probably 163 on fight night, 165, unless he really blows up. So this time he's going to come in. Yeah, he's going to come in heavier because the weight's 168. I'm curious what he steps in on the ring. If he steps in, I mean, doesn't he have to be within certain weight? Is it within 2 pounds? He has to be within 2 pounds of 168. Like he can't come in like 160, right? Or does it matter what his belt?
No, it doesn't matter.
No, you can't do that for any belts. I thought you had to, all belts are 168, and if you're outside the weight class, like you can have an extra pound for the commission.
All right. Well, listen, guys, I gotta go. Guys. Sorry to interrupt, man. Sorry to interrupt. I gotta go. We've been on for 4 hours. Okay. We'll try to come back with, like I said, another show open live. You guys can stay on the air on the air. You can on the Discord if you want talking. But I gotta go. But shout out to Recognized Never Sobers, the Quacks, Jimmy, Gonzalo, Boxing Chief for dropping by. I don't know if I forgot anybody who was here earlier. Shout out to everybody that called in. Everybody that donated with the super chat, you guys are the best. Everybody that listened in, I'm talking about the Parukua, Kiki Boxing, Omar Sinclair, Knockout Ned, Protectorate General, the Boxing Prophet, So Passive Live, Vince Vegas, Larry Liston in the house as well, Premier League Kings, Campos Vasquez. Gotta go higher. We gotta go higher. Fuck $200. We gotta go higher. Shout out to Vince Vegas. Who else? Robert Ledford, Alan John, El Pachuco, Night Murph, Robert Ledford, Tone Montana. You guys know who you are. If I forgot anybody, it's because we got to go. But thanks again for being on. We'll try to come back before the end of the week with 2 more shows. Stay tuned for that. Catch you on the next one, fellas. Take it easy. Thanks for watching.
Disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend you.